Alright, hello everyone. How are you guys doing? Welcome back to another episode of Honkai Star Rail. Yay, sort of. I mean, we're always happy to play Honkai Star Rail. But the story last time was quite heavy and dark. And we're going to be finishing that up today. I'm going to try to finish the whole Trailblaze mission in this episode. So, nice, yeah, just preparing for more of that. Back here in the Vortex of Genesis. Last time we lost to the Flame Reaver after the Flame Reaver's identity was sort of revealed. But we didn't have to. Like, I'm not switching it to casual mode for this. Like, my team almost had it. We're gonna play more carefully this time. Obviously, I'm here with Bubbles. Bubbles is here to lighten the mood and remind us that there are good things out in the world, like games of cute, squishy seals. That those things exist here. Even though Amphoreus is dying and Lygus is telling us that it's all gonna be a failure and Phynon has actually apparently been in a time loop kind of thing, and a samsara for 33,500,000 or so cycles, not even years. That's like that many cycles, and each cycle is like a few thousand years. So we've been at this for, a while. Lygus is there. He died last time, sort of. Well, the Flame Reaver chopped off his head. He's a robot, so I assume he can just screw it back on, but anyway, don't let him fool you here. He is certainly not doing good. Okay. We're gonna try to get through this today.
So, in the end, you succeed. Executioner.
This is cool.
With my flesh as kindling, like the first dawn of the new world.
Fights with them both.
The time has come. To once again start everything.
Okay, this wasn't the hard part here. It was the second phase is what got us. But it's okay. My team is ready this time. I actually even leveled up some more Amphoreus skills just for this. So we're gonna try to play this game correctly and actually win. Yeah, it's hard to lighten the mood for this story because everything is just sort of going downhill. This whole time, I mean, we've been on this, like, wonderful, on this epic hero's journey, finding the core flames, going on these quests, these heroic deeds that we do with our friends. This part of the story has really been unraveling. That's such a cool animation, but that alludes to the cycle that Phynon's been trapped in. Yeah. We've had this great adventure, but now we're getting to the part of the story where we realize what was really all of this for. Apparently this world is not even real. And what is the greater meaning behind it? Because as it turns out, it's probably not that we get to go on this epic journey to get the core flames. The point of this all is actually something far beyond what the people of this world can really even understand what they're partaking in. Yeah. It's pretty heavy stuff. And obviously going through Phynon's life, his childhood, his journey, the tragedy in his life. Not just that. Okay, we'll watch this cutscene play out again, and then we've got some cool stuff. The dawn! Sunlight!
How is this possible?
Oh my gosh, it's him. I'm guessing that's supposed to be him, because it actually does not look like him that much.
Destruction. Now twinned.
Now twinned. Oh, because there's two of them. Is that why in his trailer there was like two? There was him. There's like two of them fusing together before he turns into like the god form. Okay, now I actually gotta play the game here. We are gonna explore a little bit. Gotta actually play the game. Anything. I think I was finishing up yesterday talking about how that's right. I kept practicing the attack instead of actually building up with one. Can't be doing that. I think I was finishing up yesterday talking about how. Oh yeah, and I didn't summon Goldweaver. That was a mistake on my part. Like the story in Genshin Impact never gets this level of dark. I would say. Not that, and I was saying, not that I think they never will. That's not what I'm saying. But that they haven't gotten to the point of like existential questions about life in the universe, and they also have not gotten to a point where they're literally going to kill all the characters. In fact, I don't think anybody has died in Genshin yet. And once again, I'm not saying that they never will, but that they haven't gone in that direction. Like they're waiting. They're going to do stuff like that sparingly and for impact and with consideration to the emotional state of their audience. This game also, I think, considers the emotional state of their audience. However, that somewhat includes this expectation that we are going to be heartbroken by the end of this. Which is, yeah, exactly. I mean, and by that I mean the player's expectation. Yeah, like pretty much that's what I'm expecting is going to happen. So I'm going to be heartbroken at the end of this. And that's sort of the difference in the tone of the game. It's not for you to feel up. But yeah, the subject matters quite a bit. It's heavy in a different way than it is in Genshin. I'll put it that way. Okay, how are we gonna do this? We've got dragon mode. Okay, let's actually heal up this time. And everyone's gonna get their buffs. Now we're gonna go all dragon mode. There's so many numbers, I cannot even like see the health bars. Okay, long shotty vessels and shine. Is that what it said? Okay, there's no. Okay, to check. See, I have to remember how to play this game when I always play auto mode. I have to make sure Goldweaver or the garment maker is actually out. We're not reaping the benefits. We gotta actually heal up. This is something we quite desperately need. Would do us good. Go here. Accomplish this as well. We still got this. Okay. I'm seeing how much damage we actually doing here. Like emotionally, these brief little battles we have are a little bit of respite from. I did it again where I talked and said, okay, thankfully I don't think anybody desperately needs healing right now. But oh my gosh, that's not what I was trying to do. I keep clicking the attack button instead of the skill in almost all the time. Let's see. This is a pretty epic moment though. This is a pretty epic moment. This is also why I don't like losing on serious boss fights too many times. Not just because I don't like losing in video games, but because the more times I have to do it, the more anticlimactic it gets. So let's make sure we beat it this time. Oh my gosh, okay, we gotta actually be careful here. I'm gonna turn off fast forward because it's kind of getting serious here. We're almost 10%. Okay. It's Ho-Ho after Flame Over's action, or question mark action. Okay, I'm gonna pass. Come on. Also, these combat things are the only instances where I can still pretend as if Cass and Aglaya and everyone else is still here. Like, that's crazy that we were just hanging out, like, not so long ago, and then in the last update, everybody
may protect us.
Person alone may witness the miracle. Such is the will of fate. That person can only be you. Why not let wrath incinerate fate?
Chaos. The memory of, oh, I saw his name there.
At last, Amphoreus' fate has begun to shift. Just as I foretold, your arrival will change everything. After all, you've also been bathed in that eon's gaze, which can awaken the long-dormant instinct inside a man.
Which Eon are we talking about here? Are you talking to me or are you talking to Finon? And we've had the gaze of a few Eons actually. Are you talking about Fuli or are you talking about Nanook?
Much like that scepter we spoke of earlier, it was only under the same Eon's glance that it was reborn.
Okay, I know it was only a couple days ago. Can you remind me what a scepter is again? No, the scepter is... I don't... Is the scepter the power from which Amphoreus is like... There's a lot of magical things, magical sci-fi things happening here. You're gonna have to remind me what a scepter is. I know it was only a couple of days ago, but look, my brain is trying really hard to not dwell on this story when I'm not playing this game. It's been kind of hard these past few days. But it seems like stuff like the fine details are actually pretty easy to lose track of because, okay, this game, like as a lore player, this game is really insane. It's wonderful and terrifying at the same time because the lore is just so huge and vast. And when they say universe, they truly mean universe, like expanding across the cosmos and all these planets kind of lore. Which is, for somebody trying to really get into a story of a game, it's almost unbearably too much sometimes. Like, my brain wants to get into this, and I feel like I don't even have the room to store this information.
That's right. If you recall, I mentioned it at the very start of our play. The celestial body neuron, once belonging to the erudition abandoned by the Eon. Now, allow me to reveal the final piece of the puzzle for you.
Okay, Lygus.
The eternal land, known as Amphoreus, is nothing more than the scepter's endless, lonely extrapolation.
You already said this, I think. Okay, so the scepter is like the supercomputer part of it. And Amphoreus is like a simulation running over and over until it can find the answer it's looking for. And apparently that is 33 million plus iterations of thousands of years.
A bottomless well of fury aimed at the god who cast it aside.
Okay, is that golden blood or fire? Because either way, that's terrifying. Final era nova before the eternal recurrence begins? Final era nova. Is that like our cycle now? Or is that a different cycle that sparked something that changed? I think he's talking about this cycle. This is really quickly turning into everything everywhere all at once. Where in that you have so many versions, different iterations of a similar scene. And by the time you've gone through so many of them, it no longer matters which was the original one you were part of. I feel like we're kind of losing track. I mean, yes, I think we fought the Flame Reaver just now, and that was our iteration, like the story that we have been playing this entire time. But at the same time, I'm starting to almost feel like it's all blurring together, and it doesn't really matter which iteration we're talking about anymore. And like, that's sort of the intention. Like, it's supposed to make you feel like there's so much that you're losing track and nothing really matters. Right? This is going down the path of nihilism very fast too.
Finan, we set out on this journey to answer the world's desire, didn't we?
Yeah.
That's what it means to be a Chrysosaur. So has it always been.
Then why?
Oh gosh, wait, it's playing the trailer music.
Why must Amphoreus' wishes be so cruel?
And the trailer music is actually very sad.
We made the best choices we could, whenever we could. But in the end, the prophecy that led us, this black tide swallowing everything. Why does it look like this?
Oh my gosh, this version, the world is actually becoming undone. Like, not just the buildings and stuff, but the sky and everything.
You see it too. Those burn marks. The flickering cubes. They're not a tide at all. They're more like a shattered teleslate.
So the music. Second of all, you know what? I was gonna make a point that I think I'm gonna save until later in the video. But I gotta remember.
Standing here, the voices of Titans have never been clearer.
About the false sky.
Turns out,
Guess where the point is leading.
they were coming from the black tide all along. Is that Amphoreus crying?
Or maybe it is screaming at its creator, at its god.
Finan, do you still remember when I was little? I had a dream. A dark, cold room with nothing but Orynyx's curtain glowing like crystal. The curtain seemed to contain all of Amphoreus, where strange and fantastic dramas played out within. There were countless versions of us, from countless different worlds.
Countless.
Perhaps. It wasn't a dream.
Yeah. As I gaze out at the world before me, those sorrowful thoughts have become reality. So, this is the reason the sky was sealed. Amphoreus is merely a larger ID Cilicii. We are just characters in this tiny world, following the prophecy, stepping onto the same journey over and over.
Laboratory program extrapolation. It's a terrifying thing, actually. Like it's really getting to me. That a reason I wanted to play this because I was so excited because this is like this heroic journey. But now the characters are looking at this fourth wall break alongside me and realizing not only was none of it real, but it was all. It's like it was all pointless anyway. Like, this journey was so epic, and yet it's actually happened over and over again without the happy ending people wanted. Tens of millions of times.
What then is this so-called Era Nova? And what are the spectators watching all of this truly hoping for?
Which iteration is this, though, where they almost seem to, like, fourth wall break, realize what's happening? Is that this one?
As a reward for reaching the end of the world, let me answer your questions.
And how come Cyrene is here? I know, there's just something incredibly unsatisfying about it. Oh, I'd say this is not me. This is not me criticizing the story. If anything, the story is too good at making us feel sad. Okay.
As the Theoros, I have observed. Thus is the synthesis of the prime mover of life formed.
Okay, you gotta break this down into smaller pieces for me, dude. How is that question answered from anything we've seen in the last few hours of gameplay? Also, which Phynon and Cyrene are you talking to?
This is a moment the universe will remember. After millions of extrapolations, the experimental environment known as Amphoreus has finally achieved results.
Like, is this still our iteration, or is this a different final iteration? This is like what I mean, like, this is so everything everywhere all at once. I loved that movie so much, by the way. But it's like, whichever version of the story you came from is no longer matters. Only what matters is whichever one you're left with, kind of feeling. And where did we go?
The results you speak of are this wreckage of a world. We all gave everything we had, returning 12 core flames to recreate the world. And in return, we become nothing more than sacrificial offerings at the end of everything.
Exactly. The Titans are Chrysos heirs of the past, and Chrysos heirs are the Titans of the future. Anaxagoras' theory of era nova holds true. As the model of reason, he reached unprecedented heights.
I'm still so confused. Like,
But from just the perspective of a player in the drama, he could never fully uncover the last layer of truth.
so he broke the fourth wall as much as he could, being part of the play.
The cycles of the hero's journey that have played out until now were never about creating a new world or perfect heroes and gods.
Okay, let's get this over with, Lycus. What was it for then?
They were a deep learning program made for the Black Tide.
Oh, the nihilistic feeling of Amphoreus. How is the nihility not like one of the paths sustaining this place?
But this time, your plot will fail. I've taken Catholi's core flame, and when the dawn of the new world arrives, its light will burn away all the darkness.
One can hope, Phynon. Something is telling me it's not going to be that simple. If after 33 million attempts, we're still here.
Haven't I made myself clear? The Chrysos heirs and Titans were merely byproducts of the experiment. You've seen this world's evolution, witnessed the birth and growth of the Black Tide, and how it devoured everything.
Like when we started, it was like, okay, here's the lore of this world, and here's the Chrysos heirs, and here's the Titans, and everybody has like their own factions and powers, but they all get along in Aqua, and all this story. And I do think to myself, obviously they're hinting at this world is so self-contained. Surely, like these are all things that are the rules of this world. Oh my gosh, this answers another question I had way earlier too. These all are like the rules of this world. When are we going to see how the rules of this world interact with the rest of the world that it's cut off from? Because clearly there's a connection at some point. Now we have that answer, and it's kind of depressing. This answers my question earlier about how they talked about there's all these different eras in each cycle. Era Nova is when the cycle turns over, but there was the Era Chrysia where nobody died. And then there was the Death Core Flame, and then people were allowed to die. And then I said, how can people simply not die? Clearly, I mean, this place may be cut off from the outside world, but that doesn't mean they still seem to, in all other respects, be obeying the laws of physics. And now we know the answer is because this is all a made-up simulation anyway, and nothing here was real to begin with. Which is an incredibly depressing feeling.
Every generation of heroes,
Apparently nothing we did ever
gods,
mattered, because this was
and
all about teaching the
worlds
Black
was
Tide
born
to
only
angrily
be destroyed
basically
by it.
feed itself in the name of the destruction.
This is the end point of Amphoreus' calculations. A perfect equation of destruction.
Oh? And how is this version the perfect equation? Clearly it came through and destroyed everything in pretty much every other iteration too. What makes this one... First of all, I need to understand how the Black Tide... The implication is after all these iterations, it's been somehow evolving, or... Like, what was exactly... This is a deep learning program made for the Black Tide. So... The Black Tide is some manifestation of the destruction. clearly with every version it must be getting better at whatever it's doing. But how? And what makes this one perfect?
So in your eyes, all the sacrifices are just a string of insignificant numbers?
Don't sell yourselves short. I'd say, rather than numbers, you're more like fuel for the fire.
It's not helping, dude.
Without fire, there can be no sunrise tomorrow.
Even if that sunrise is born from annihilation?
Curious question. Have you ever considered that after millions of extrapolations, Amphoreus is already following a different path from the erudition? It has long since granted
say.
divine blessings equally.
This does not
to
actually
each
seem like a
child.
useful learning experiment anymore.
The golden blood flowing in your veins. It comes
Wait, what?
from the blemished one, whose name is destruction itself. And Amphoreus's Chrysos heirs were, from the very beginning, fuel for the Aeon to burn the universe.
Liga spends so much time, like I said, the opposite of hyping us up for stuff, like making us dread facts that he's about to tell us. That I did not expect him to kind of just drop a bombshell like that. You're saying that the golden blood in the for the Chrysos heirs literally comes from the destruction, the Aeon, Nanook. Which makes sense because clearly Nanook has like golden glowing eyes and golden wounds and like, stuff like that. Okay. Is there anything else I should know, Ligus, before this?
At the end of the empty, cold,
And where did we go? This is what I mean, like, right? Like,
destruction has reached its final destination.
why is Cyrene here and not us? Like, this is... What happened to us? That's my main question.
Nikos 496.
What does that mean? Is that like his, like, programming name?
Philia 093. No need to feel regret. This generation of Chrysos heirs is the most outstanding model, and you two are the final factors. For you, the Era Nova is no lie. Just step forward, embrace the black tide, and accept the Aeon's gaze.
So here we're finally talking about the Eons.
You will come to
Instead of the
life
Titans,
from a
and this is where it's
stream of
gotten us.
cold
It's just
numbers.
depression.
Along with all those who have passed, you will run toward the real universe, fulfilling Amphoreus's long-held wish. In the name of the Lord Ravager Iron Tomb, unleash its fury and destroy the source of all this tragedy.
Lord Ravager Iron Tomb? That's right, they had the video talking about the different Lord Ravagers and how each of them is set on destroying a path. I guess that must be the one that's destroying the erudition.
Or we could always choose another option. Like you said, Amphoreus is just an experiment, and we're the participants. We can only walk along the predetermined path toward the ending, under the watchful eyes of the stars. But that also means that there isn't just one Eon who can cast their glance at Amphoreus, right?
She knows a lot. I didn't think... They're just learning about Eons for the first time here, right? But she understands how Eons seem to work, despite the fact that there's no mention of the Eons in Amphoreus, really, and they have their own gods, which ultimately turned out to be part of this experiment.
Is this question really that hard to answer? Or did I guess it right? And in reality, this world has already been under the watch of other Eons.
That's right. It's not just the destruction here.
It's strange when you think about it. If you just stayed back, watching us complete the ritual and get consumed by the black tide, your goal would naturally be achieved.
The erudition appears to have kind of abandoned this place, but that's right. We had the gaze of Fuli, so Fuli must still be... The remembrance must still be around somewhere, right?
Why go through the trouble of explaining all this to us?
You're pretending. Revealing the so-called truth just to deceive us. Covering up another possibility. Destruction is not the only outcome for the fate of Amphoreus.
Do you two really think, as petty little demigods, you can change the outcome written by the stars? What makes you think you're capable of doing that?
Well, yeah.
A little courage and determination.
That's what I would say.
Just kidding. The answer is pretty simple.
She might have an actual answer, but at this point, my answer is, what else do they have to lose at this point?
But we're not gonna tell ya.
Oh. Seems Lygus has gotten his head cut off a few times, I'm sure. Like, I'm sure this is not the only instance where this has ever happened before.
We're going to weave a long dream for Amphoreus, making it believe the experiment hasn't ended, that everything is still ongoing.
Okay. A long dream. Like, every sentence in this we have to... every sentence in this we have to, like... You just spoon-feed this to me so I can process this. So this is... You're saying this is the final Era Nova. I was confused because I thought whatever universe we're in is the final Era Nova. Except in where... Whatever... Not universe, but... Whatever iteration we have doesn't have Cyrene in it. Or it does have Cyrene in it? Because she met with March, but she's not here in Amphoreus. I suspect you're going to tell me, much like how Cypher used her power to prolong the life of Kephali's son, Cyrene is going to use her power as the time demigod to keep creating cycles. And thus, this was the final Era Nova, but now it's allowed for a few bonus cycles, and by few, it's probably a few million more, to eventually lead to our Era Nova, like us with the Trailblazer. But you know what? I've just speculated all of that. This could totally change within whatever the next sentence she says. Or find on.
With just Orynyx's power, though, it should be impossible to achieve this, right?
Yeah. So, I can only place my hopes on that childhood dream. And the god behind Orynyx that appeared in that dream.
must have been Fuli.
Now, I can say with certainty, time is the page on which that eon records Amphoreus. If it fades from existence, and all that it records is lost among the stars, that eon will surely direct their gaze here.
Time is the page on which the remembrance records Amphoreus, okay? If it fades from existence, you mean time? If it fades from existence and all that it records is lost among the stars, the eon will surely direct their gaze here.
And it will be a glance that spans time and space, granting each incarnation of me the power to reset time, imbuing my soul into this ceremonial blade, and creating an endless flame-chased journey.
Okay, that's an extremely heavy sentence to take in. Each incarnation of me the power to reset time, imbuing my soul into the ceremonial blade, and creating an endless flame-chased journey.
I understand. Then let me step into the cycles and continue Amphoreus' grand design. To deceive the gods, deceive the world itself.
Fine on that, that's... I guess this would be his defining moment then. I guess, in terms of... This is the sacrifice the two of them made.
But to make time vanish from this world, that would mean you...
All right, let's not make things so gloomy. What we're about to embark on is the true hero's journey, so... Come on, cheer up a bit, okay?
Okay. I'll try to... It's just that they're gonna endure so much that we can't even comprehend. And whatever we comprehend is going to be almost unbearable.
In that memory, you will definitely meet me again. The little Cyrene who knew nothing, lying on a soft patch of grass, feeling the light breeze, dreaming of the distant world. Tell her about the flame chase journey, and then let her become a romantic part of this story. I believe every Cyrene will make the same choice, erasing time again and again, resetting time over and over. After all, they're all me, and I will always have my charm. Then, I'll fall into a sweet dream, disappearing in some small corner of the world, quietly, waiting for the day when that next page is turned.
I'm still not sure I actually understand what's
And I
happening,
will
only
keep
that this
going.
is so sad.
Even if the road ahead is dark, I will burn myself to light the way. Rather than let the core flames become nourishment for the black tide, I'll become their vessel. To prevent the arrival of Aranova. Even if I have to burn through my own body, it's no matter. As long as I don't extinguish, the flame chase will never end. I'm until Amphoreus welcomes a true dawn.
The girl who watches over time, and the warrior who carries the world. Now,
can hear how heavy
let us fulfill the duties of time and world-bearing.
This is so like I feel like I only understand like 75% of what's happening here. But 100% of how consequential this moment is.
Honor the past and forge ahead.
I promise you, the pain will pass in the blink of an eye.
You need to hold tight to this ceremonial blade. After I'm gone, it will take you back to the beginning of time. The start of a new story. I believe that in that story, or in countless stories, each alike yet unique, everyone, all the companions who sacrificed themselves, alongside the deliverer we once dreamed of as children, will reunite beneath a vast, endless sky.
If we can never break free from this prison, I will stand my ground. Until the day someone shatters this endless cycle and writes the final chapter of Amphoreus' fate.
So, let's set out. We will be the ones to start everything.
I feel like I'm actually gonna cry. Sorry, it sounds like she's gonna cry too, but it's just one of those moments.
Carry the primordial chaos, just as your name suggests, and bear this world we hold so dear. So long, Kaslana.
As the Theros I have observed, instruction synthesis is formed.
Oh, okay. Just give me a moment to process this, please.
I will wait for that day for as long as it takes. The day will come whenever this immortal eternal and follows in our footprint to write anything unless that ever was.
That was Nameless Faces.
That will be a romantic story like none that has come before. You think so too, right?
God form. Okay, let's just briefly, and I really mean brief because I'm not sure how much, my brain is a little bit overloaded. A lot overloaded right now. That was the first quote-unquote era nova we witnessed, or at least the verge of the era nova we witnessed. I'm confused. I think that's an understatement. About a lot of things. But namely, is the cycles of Amphoreus the Scepter's doing or Cyrene's doing? Or is it both, that it was the Scepter is the macrocosmic computational something Linus talked about, right? I thought they were saying, and this could still be true, but I'm confused. I thought they were saying that the scepter was... Wait a second. Did they ever say that the scepter was creating a loop? Or did I just infer that from the idea that this is a supercomputer? They definitely, it's 100% that this supercomputer is what's generating the world and the people in it. And it's a sandbox for the growth of the black tide. This world has the gaze of the erudition, the remembrance, and the destruction. It sounds like the erudition has abandoned it. It got angry, so now it has the gaze of the destruction and is kind of fueling that to fuel the Lord Ravager that hates its creator, the erudition. But this place also has the gaze of the remembrance. Because, I don't know if we have a because yet, only that it is. This is what I mean. Did they actually ever say that part of this was that the computer was creating the iterations? Because if they haven't, then it's all been Cyrene this whole time. Enduring, with Cyrene and Phynon, enduring, recreating the same cycle over and over and over until they can, buying time until they can figure out how the world doesn't have to end in destruction. And that has turned out to be 33,550,336 times. Each time is 5,000 or so years, as far as we're concerned. Which, as I've very much pointed out a few times, is billions of years of enduring this. Let's not let that number get lost on you. This is this is bringing to mind, first of all, very much the everything everywhere all at once nature of this story. In so far as a few things I've pointed out, but now it's sort of getting to the point where, like, how I would describe that movie is, the more you try to make sense of it, the less sense it makes. And we're kind of getting to that point in this story. And the harder you try to make sense of what you are seeing, the less sense everything makes. So we're gonna try to not dwell too much on certain things. But this does bring back a question I had. Well, lots of questions, but the one I'm thinking of now is, with every cycle, it doesn't seem to be as if Phynon remembers the previous cycles. It's only when he's told at the end this is what happened that he sort of knows what he has to do, is the implication. This is not to say that he hasn't had to endure as much suffering, because I actually don't know. I actually don't know what's happening. But presumably Cyrene, Cyrene disappears. And she says there's a version of her in every story who will make the same choice over and over. What's different here is I don't recall there being a Cyrene in our iteration. That's why we, the Trailblazer, had to become the time demigod. Is that the variable that changes everything? But Cyrene is still around. She's just trapped in that void space where she met with March. Where is March? Oh my gosh, through all of this, it's our journey on the Astral Express and all the fun things we do and all the other worlds we visited just seem like how is this still the same game? Now I'm thinking where is March? She's somewhere in Amphoreus. Crazy things are happening in Amphoreus. Where is Dan Heng? Did he still make it out? Is he safe and watching all of this happening from afar? Because you know what, things are kind of getting out of hand here for sure. And I just want the rest of my friends to be able to watch and eat popcorn and observe this from very far away, where they don't have to get wrapped up in all of this trouble, because this is extremely dark.
The world is collapsing. And the people are crying.
Right, and his name is Kaslana, so how come Cyrene has been calling him Finon this whole time? It sounds like that was only a name he came up with or started calling himself by after Ides Elizabeth. I guess the implication is Cyrene came with him. Anyway.
We too must part ways here. Friend. Ides Elysiae, the little village of my childhood. The gentle breeze and the sound of waves still linger. Everything is as it was. It feels good to take one last look. You know, this is just a corner of the memory. The real Ides Elysiae. I know.
Is this just him talking to himself at this point?
I'm here to say goodbye.
Or who is this other person he's talking to?
You can stay here forever. And time will stand still for you. Let it flow. It's time for me to go. Even if it's a path with no turning back. When have we ever had the luxury of turning back? Are you afraid? After learning the truth of your origins?
And once again, what is happening? Is this still now what iteration or time in all of this are we looking at now? This story has successfully lost me. And there's not a whole lot of stories that have done that. Done that and done it well. You can get lost by a story that's poorly written, but this is a story that's clearly lost me because it's written almost too well. It's so thought through. It's discussion of this time and space and the universe and enduring and hope is so powerful and beyond what we can understand in a way that it's lost me in a good way, this is what I mean by it's like not many games have done or stories have done that. It's lost me because I can tell this goes so far beyond what my mind can even comprehend. And like for something to be so psychological is beautiful and terrifying at the same time. This is all appreciation for this, by the way. This is like,
Will you see the motivation I gave you as the manipulating whispers of destruction? The convictions and choices that come from my heart. I don't believe they're designed by the so-called paths. If we are just numbers, simulating life, then you are the image I've always longed for. The person I wish to become. A real, living person. A true hero. Then why do we part here? You can take me with you, and we can start this journey together. I'll be by your side, guiding you, just like before. No. I'm afraid I'm on my own this time. Why?
Why?
Because there is no perfect solution in this world. Cyrene has already embraced her fate, and I will embrace my origin. Destruction. And with this power, I will rebel against its creator, bringing endless fury to the darkness sweeping the world. If you stay by my side, I'll hesitate. But this world can't afford a soldier who wavers.
oh my gosh, no, you can't. It's... this is what I wanted to talk about when I saw the animated short. Which is... it's terrifying almost to the point of it's uncomfortable to sort of watch somebody actually go insane and lose everything of who they once were. And like, I'm not sure I quite follow what's happening here, but it does very much sound like he's telling that inner hope in himself, that self that embraced the role of being a deliverer, somebody who can bring smiles to people's faces and fulfill their wishes, and realizing that in order to do what he has to do to save the world, he has to abandon all of that. And it's a complicated feeling, because from the perspective of growth and realizing who you need to be, then yes, of course, a hard part of many journeys is leaving behind the more innocent and pure and altruistic side of your convictions. It's always a tragic thing to watch, but it happens a lot in the stories, and although it's a part of character development, it's just really hard. It's just this story is just very... I feel like I'm trying to sort this through with a healthy balance of reason and emotion. But both reason and emotion just seem to bring this endless dread of what I'm witnessing.
Do you remember when we were kids? Everyone would get so excited drawing cards like ruler or warrior, but throw fits over devil or drunkard and demand a redo. Kids always get to change their minds. Things are so happy and simple for them. But when it comes to the fate of adults, there's no room for redos. And go, Kaslana, as you promised. Deceive the world. Seize the core flames and rewrite your fate. Burn yourself up with all your might. Wield your futility like a sword. And fight against the gods.
Do what you have to do.
In the name of world-bearing, I promise you, Kefali will never forget this.
$3 million. Okay, those recurrences. I literally could not read that. Okay.
So, time retreated behind me until it reached the origin, where nothing ever existed, just as Professor Anaxa once said.
Not even yourself.
In that void, Kefali stood at the center of chaos.
Because it's Kefali.
Time, space, and causality all flowed from their body. When the waves of time finally calmed, it was the year 3870 of the light calendar. The Chrysos War had lasted for nearly a century, and the threat of the Black Tide was growing stronger and more relentless. That was the era of the Day Thunder Knight's battle with the sky. While she could not seize the core flame, she proved that the prophecy was true. That mortals could slay gods.
So he goes back in time. He's to the dawn of time in Amphoreus time. And is dormant until he wakes up. And presumably this is when Kefali is going to stand on the mountain and hold the sun up, right?
From that moment, the sole survivor of the old dynasty, Imperator Saritra, issued a call to arms across the lands, summoning heroic Chrysos heirs to wage war on the Titans. And that was the first doomed flame chase journey, sealed away in history.
First to turn on the currents. Oh my gosh!
So what you're saying is, you've traveled back down the river of time, finally reaching this untouched seabed just to tell us the flame chase journey and even all of Amphoreus are nothing but illusions in an eon's dreams?
Exactly. So, Dux Gladiora, please take me to meet Her Majesty Saritra. I must share the truth with her.
Since Her Majesty's not here, no need for formalities. The word
It's
Gladiorum
Hycelans.
always reminds me of my fallen homeland buried deep in the depths. Call me Hycelans, nameless swordmaster.
Please allow me to add one more thing. You actually already know my name.
You mean Finan? Such a name could never be your true one. But I won't question you further about it. Ever since Her Majesty issued the Flame Chase Decree, heroes from all over have sent their letters of introduction. What's the harm in adding one more name like Finan or Hynan?
This game has the gall to be funny at this point. I mean that in a lighthearted way, but it's like, wow.
Besides, the deep sea is dark. Isn't it the perfect place to hide secrets best left unseen?
She's just scales on her face. Actually,
All right, nameless swordmaster. Hold on to my wake. Let's find somewhere else to talk.
Aren't you even a little suspicious of what I've said?
Harboring suspicions is not my concern. My sword dances only when the Imperator harbors doubts. There's no use in speaking further. Show me your true intentions through action.
Finan is the team. Okay. Oh my gosh,
Perhaps you should
Bubbles!
demonstrate your skills and calm the raging black tide for us.
What do you mean by first eternal recurrence? Like, what? 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 The first eternal recurrence dawns cloud during Doomsday. Apparently he has his god powers here. Bubbles! Bubbles! Bubbles, the only thing in this story reminding us that there's a real world that's normal out there. Because Vinon can do that, and when you can do that, what even is the point? What even is the point of it all? Literally sucks their souls into a black hole.
Oh. Nice moves.
Thank you? Yeah, just casually gonna suck them into a black hole. That
We
clearly...
just washed it away, and here it comes again. The black tide is really no joke.
The world is dissolving. Clearly, Finon's power has something to do with breaking the world because it becomes all pixelated when he uses this. Gotta say, his wings are pretty cool. It's cool when he has the wings and he's like in his normal form like this when you use the technique.
The waters end here. The one you seek is beyond this point.
At last, I can meet with Her Majesty Soridra herself.
So we know that High Sealens is supposedly dead in our iteration. Whatever happened to Soridra?
Are there any formalities I need to observe?
Don't kneel, don't do the hand-kissing or foot-kissing gestures of the old dynasty, and most of all, don't bow. The Imperator despises such rituals, especially when the heads of those tall than her bend beneath her crown.
I can't tell if you're trying to be funny or not.
She really is down to earth.
The second thing to note, only trusted ones may come near her. Keep 5 paces distance until the Imperator allows otherwise.
Sounds like an old friend of mine.
Well, experience is a good thing. Stay sharp, and you'll be just fine.
I think I've said this too many times, like, what iteration are we in? And then I think I'm also going to end up saying this too many times, where this is the everything everywhere all at once part, where it doesn't matter what iteration or version of events that we're talking about anymore. Oh, it's you're actually gonna make me cry seeing Aggie and Treevy here. Now.
Dux Goldweaver, little hostage.
Little hostage,
Apologies
okay.
for keeping you waiting.
Clearly we're missing out on some dynamic here.
It's you.
You know them? Good. That makes things easier.
Before that, I'm more curious about one thing. Where is Her Majesty Soridra?
To avoid any misunderstandings, nameless Swordmaster. Although we spoke and laughed along the way, I never said you were entitled to meet her.
I wasn't laughing, and I don't think Finon was either, or Kaslana was either.
The Imperator decreed. The Deliverer will not appear in this age. Be wary of suspicious
age? What are you
individuals.
talking about?
Come now, both of you. Let's finish our job.
What?
I see. It's a trap. I had no intention of fighting. So remember this, Lady High Sealens. If my sword shows any hesitation, don't thank me. Thank them instead.
No, you misunderstand. We don't want to see Chrysoceres hurt each other. Just give us some time to ask you a few questions.
Then Nestia's golden threads will judge you and decide your fate.
As you wish.
White-haired Swordmaster? If what you say is true, then you must know the fate of the world. So, how much do you know about what we read from the prophecy?
Speak of
You
Treebe's
shall
prophecy.
shatter into 1,000 fragments and wither in the soil of foreign lands. Is that correct, Lady Treebe?
How is this possible?
That is indeed Treebe's prophecy.
He got it right?
Don't be
Yes,
so
but
surprised.
the prophecy never mentioned he'd appear here. At least, not in this era.
You must listen to me, Aglaya, Treebe. The Finan of this world has not yet been born. In a distant future, he will follow the prophecy's guidance and appear before you.
What?
But do not seek him out. Because Era Nova is a complete and utter lie. I will tell you the truth. And you will understand why the world must forsake the prophecy and find another path to Era Nova. Because I know both of you. And I believe that no matter how the course of history may change,
The more you try to make sense of it, the less sense it actually makes.
the faith we all share will always remain the same.
Aw, that's wholesome. We're all connected by our desire to save the world.
And so, the layers of rock began to reverse, and history wove itself anew. Through my old acquaintances, I was given the chance to meet the leader of the Flame Chase journey, Saridra. And after a long and arduous negotiation, we came to an agreement. The Imperator's alliance needed the destruction, and I was ready to pour all my strength into it. The spoils of the Flame Chase, the core flames, would be sealed by my hand. But the condition was this.
Okay.
In the upcoming battle, in our conquest of the Earth, I had to prove that my power could transcend fate. In the original history, there was a brutal war. At the end, the Titankin of Georios, Terravox, killed the rampaging Titan and took the core flame that supported the Earth. But this time, Amphoreus encountered a
Okay.
turning point in
Yeah,
its
we haven't
fate.
heard about the Georios demigod yet.
Neither side suffered any losses. When I severed the Titan's head and raised the core flame high, the crowd gathered around the scorched remains of the god, roaring with joy, cheering for the hero of the destruction, who had ignited the faint spark of life for the first time. Yes,
Yeah,
In that
you've
flickering
still
light.
lost.
the once dark path ahead seemed to become
When
clear.
and where did that conversation we saw just take place?
I proved myself. And in the long years that followed, I brought down the other Titans. One by one.
You did?
I could do more than just wait. When time resets, the chance to change the world also emerges from the lines of history. Until finally, the brutal future revealed by Era Nova is reversed.
What?
But tell me, if
So now
that's
it's fine
truly
on
the
again?
case, why are we doomed to the same outcome?
So that Kaslana was not Kefali, because Kefali was up there, right? But also saying that the Finon of this world has not been born yet. And also was supposedly a deliverer who was not supposed to be there at that point in time, but was and helped out them out. But then, is this over the course of many cycles, or is this just one, or is this... I don't even know what I'm talking about anymore. It's like I said, the more we try to make sense of this, the less sense it actually makes. Oh, we're switching. Oh, now we're at the end. The first eternal recurrence end. Why are there two of you? I'm just assuming it's Castellana and Finon, but isn't Finon also Castellana, or is this
The
not?
people kept their promise and handed you all the core flames. In this world after Treehouse, no demigods were born in Amphoreus.
Okay, this is most definitely not our iteration. So are you saying that the Aglaya and Hycelans you met were also not demigods? Am I pointing out the wrong details here? Like,
At this point, I just want to know. When they vanished into the black tide with their mortal bodies, why didn't you shed even a single tear? Your indifference chills me. To you, were they just a bunch of insignificant footnotes?
you know what would be helpful is if they give like the different Finons different clothing so we can tell them apart. Like, do you have to wear the same outfit in every 33,550,336 versions? It'd be nice if every version of Finon wore something different. We could actually tell what's happening a little bit. Obviously, they don't want us to be able to figure it out like that, but this is getting a little bit extreme.
Sorrow has been my constant companion. In fact, with 12 core flames upon me, the fire in my heart has never been more violent.
Look how he's changed. This is... Exactly, he forsook the hero within. Basically, all that was good about him. Remember, he used to be this saying he didn't want to go to war, wanted peace, and just wanted to use his sword to protect his village. And now he's never been more violent. And that's... I'm not denying that this is part of his story, and that I'm not saying this is not the way it should be. But as a person who can feel emotion, you kind of want to say this is not how it should be. And then it gets really tragic for you when you realize this is just the way it is, not whether it should be or not.
I'll remember this world through anger. As long as I burn, they'll never truly leave me. Perhaps it's already too late. But you're right. Anger, at this moment, is the only weapon I can rely on. So, draw your sword, executioner. I'll make sure you realize that your greatest mistake was leaving me alive.
And one of them becomes the Flame Reaver. Which one died?
After that, he raised his sword and attacked.
I see, it was
Then-
final.
Castellana killed himself.
Did he? Or you can't just... There's two of you, so like, are you actually mean that? Or is that just like the version you killed him, but you're technically the same person?
That day, who fell to the sword to be left in the past, and who went into the future? I can't remember anymore.
The more we try to make sense of it,
I
the
only
less sense it
remember a
makes.
nymph, hiding in the shadows just out of sight, futilely pushing a stone ball.
And this whole time you can also tell, okay, I know I said something about different clothing, but clearly Castellana talks in a slightly deeper voice than Vinon.
Climb, fall, climb, fall, climb again, and fall.
Clearly much more jaded voice.
The only freedom the nymph had was in choosing how to roll the stone. Sometimes fast, sometimes slow, sometimes resting on a gentler slope, leaning against the stone for a break. But its choice couldn't change the futility of it all. The stone
Like
would
Sisyphus?
always roll back down the slope,
Is that what
and
we're
the
doing
nymph
now?
would always return to the starting point, beginning again.
There's been a few times just in the stream where I'm like, I don't think I can handle this anymore. I think I'm about to turn it off. But I'm like, no, I said I was gonna finish this because this entire quest is kind of like, it's just, I mean this in a good way and in a kind way. We have to get it over with because it's incredibly emotionally distressing.
After that, every time I reached this point in the cycle, the burning sky would cast a shadow over its path. It would nearly reach the peak at the 4th quint of curtain fall hour, then fall to the starting point in the first 15 seconds of the next entry hour.
I'm trying to process what this means. You're talking about literal, like, second by second breakdown of time here.
And my efforts in this cycle would dissolve into nothing at the same time.
Don't put it like it's like a command center prompt. It feels incredibly trivializing to talk about it in all numbers and code. Yes, that is exactly what they're trying to emphasize here. And yes, it's working to hurt me. Internal Recurrence 1. Subject Castellana persuaded the 12 Chrysos heirs to recover all 12 core flames in a peaceful way. After verification, the unauthorized access did not have a substantial impact on the experimental process. Life cycles of the 12 Chrysos heirs were terminated strictly in the predetermined experimental sequence and successfully loaded into the buffer. Subject Castellana regressed the extrapolation process, and abnormal fluctuations were detected in his mind function. Sorry, I gotta read that again. This is life cycles. The 12 Chrysos heirs were terminated in the predetermined experimental sequence. So they died the way that they were originally programmed to. Successfully loaded into the buffer. What does that mean? What does that mean? Subject Castellana regressed the extrapolation process, and abnormal fluctuations were detected in his mind function. Admin notes the first devastating failure. Okay, who is writing this? And how dare you be so blunt, even if it's true? Okay, all of these have life cycles of the 12 Chrysos heirs terminated normally in sequence. Subject Castellana regressed the extrapolation process. Oh my gosh, please don't do this to me. This is because the sort of inhumanity of depicting people as nothing more than numbers in a code that are using words like terminated is way more, even more painful than, say, if they were depicted as like puppets or actors or dolls. Because to us as people, puppets and dolls still have something that we can connect to as people. Clearly, this is very much meant to strike in your heart how dehumanized this process is that Kaslana is forced to undergo over and over again. This is very much leading into, of course, this Kaslana. Okay, wait, I think I figured out something, which might have been kind of obvious, but nothing in this has been obvious. Okay, Kaslana, Kaslana we're seeing here is the original Kaslana that made that pact with Cyrene. Is that correct? He keeps going back in time to the origin of time when the world ends and trying over and over again to change the predestined way things go with the Flame Chase journey. Since he's the guy from the original, there is also a Phynon in each world, and that Phynon is not Kaslana. Well, he is Kaslana, presumably. This is where it gets. We're gonna say this is the original Kaslana is different than the Phynon / Kaslana in each iteration, because as basically a time traveler, he exists. Original Kaslana exists, but there's also the Kaslana that exists normally in time, and same with Cyrene as well. But Cyrene is trapped in some kind of void. The original Cyrene. Presumably there's more than one. That's just like there's more than one Phynon. There's one for each iteration. She's trapped in that void where she met March. She's been trapped there for billions of years. Kaslana, the original, who I presume this is leading into him becoming the Flame Reaver. Like, you remember what I was saying earlier? Oh, I think it's okay, kind of, as long as Phynon doesn't retain the memories from this previous cycle. At least he's not burdened down by that. Right. The Phynons that exist in each version don't have to remember the previous versions because obviously they are each their own Phynon. However, original Kaslana is still set on his mission from the very first cycle to create a new outcome for Era Nova. Which means he, much like Cyrene, I presume, is still bogged down by the memories of every 33 million plus cycles. And the reason he's coming after the core flames is because he's trying to stop Era Nova and is just trying every single way he can possible. They're saying in this first iteration, he managed to talk the Chrysos heirs into handing them over peacefully. That didn't work out. I'm actually not certain why they didn't work out, because he took all the core flames and then they all died anyway. Is that what is that he just couldn't escape fate? Like, well then why is he still trying to take the core flames? Because it almost seems as if taking the core flames is not the variable change he needs in order to fix Era Nova. Right? Like, he took the core flames, but all the people still died anyway. Like, all the Chrysos heirs. Albeit they didn't have demigod powers, because I assume he took all the core flames and they didn't have demigod powers. Fast forward billions of years, as I've said, to our current iteration. He's still trying to steal core flames. We thought he was a bad guy. Now we realize he was actually trying to stop us from reaching Era Nova, because Era Nova is bad for us, because it's going to unleash the destruction and the Lord Ravager and stuff like that. But he's still using the same method of Taking the core flames. I feel like there's a few more things you could try to change in this, the variables you could try to change. Besides the obvious ones like taking out the core flames. But you know what? It's okay, because I'm going to read this log and we're going to see the other things he tried before he just devolved into trying to take the core flames every single time, right? Subject Castellana adopted a strategy similar to Eternal Recurrence 1. No, okay, that's right. I was talking through that to kind of distract me from how distressing the fact, just like, talking about somebody's billion years of suffering and torture and pain is just going to be command prompt dialogue on a screen, which is absolutely horrifying to me, actually, like, for real. Right, I was trying to distract from that, but now we're going to read it. Subject Castellana adopted a strategy similar to the Eternal Recurrence number 1. No substantive impact on the experimental progress was observed. Thanks! Minor adjustments, since number 3. Minor adjustments are detected in Subject Castellana's strategy. Decision weighing for avoid sacrifice of past companions has been increased. After verification, this adjustment did not have a substantial impact. Okay. So I tried to save them, it still didn't work. Number 15. Subject Castellana attempted to decompile the Black Tide for the first time, aiming to elevate access privileges and execute unauthorized access authorization operations against specific subjects represented by the 12 Chrysos. Can I just read that again? Decompile the Black Tide for the first time. Okay, so we're literally talking about this in programming language, which is, once again, access privileges and execute unauthorized access authorization operations against specific subjects. So we literally tried to hack the system to help the Chrysos heirs. It still didn't work. Number 42. Subject Castellana's 11th attempt to break the scepter's core layer has failed. Okay, so he's literally trying to break the code and it's not working. Because the decision weighing for avoid sacrifices of past companions shows a minor uh-oh. So he's caring less about trying to save people, his friends. 133. Analysis of observations from Eternal Recurrence 83 to 133 indicates that Subject Castellana's strategy is gradually converging with that of Eternal Recurrence 42. So he's trying different ways to destroy the scepter's core layer and also losing his mind more and caring less about saving people. Is that what you're trying to convey to me? In other words, he's literally going insane. Over-synchronity risk detected. Potential cognitive function degradation suspected. Yeah, well, look, 133 times 5,000. Although, wait, okay. We're going to estimate 5,000. It was actually 4,900 something, right? Okay, 5,000. However many years there's been in the cycle. It was 4,000. Oh, it was 4,000. I don't know why. This is me literally trying to like mentally cope with what what this game is doing to me. I literally have a calculator in my hands. 4,932 is what I'm pretty sure the year is currently in Amphoreus. And Castellana wakes up in year 3,780. I don't actually remember if that's the number. It doesn't really matter. We have 1,152. We're going to times that by 133 is 153,216 years. Yeah, I wonder if he's going insane. I'm trying to make light of this as just to, in terms of this is the only way I can keep going. This is okay. Admin notes. This will undoubtedly reinforce the Iron Tomb's destruction vector. Within expectations, no intervention required. Continue observation. Who is recording these notes? Is this just the system like making its own notes? Okay, 134. Okay. There's also something, now that I've read what that text says.
Absolute
Oh, hi,
nonsense.
Anaxa. It's extremely terrifying to see huge amount of cycles we need to get through until we get to the true end of the world. I think back to the saying about what was it? A journey of 1,000 miles begins with one first step. It's a hopeful saying because when you're not talking about Honkai Star Rail, that saying means that you might be far away from your destination now, but you're just beginning that journey. It's not going to happen right away, but you have to keep going. You have to start somewhere, and you will get there eventually. That's what it means when we're not talking about Honkai Star Rail. When we're talking about Honkai Star Rail, we're saying, yeah, you're only 134 steps into a 33,550,336 step journey. And by steps, we mean like 5,000 year blocks. So what psychologically gets to me is trying to imagine that time frame. And thinking, like, are you, like, who wouldn't, just the sort of insanity of trying to even imagine that, let alone living it and trying to remember what it is you're hoping to accomplish here.
I thought cycles was the answer you were looking for.
This is Kaslana.
No. It's just that the answer came so suddenly. There was no fun in tracing it back to its roots. Eons? Paths? What a load of nonsense.
Sorry, what is the context of this? There's no... Okay, the answer came so suddenly. Okay.
I can't give you an exact explanation of those two concepts either.
This is what I mean. I feel like Cyrene understood way more about the eons and the paths than I feel like she should have, considering nobody here, not even Anaxa, who is the person who understands most about the rules and truth of this world, even he knows.
Enough. I'm just expressing my frustration. Don't you understand? I was already expecting this. The black tide came from beyond the sky, and everything else is no exception.
Fate is a strange thing. No matter how the details of history change, the Anaxa I know always remains as harsh as ever.
If the other Anaxagoras actually worshipped the gods, I'd make sure to find a way to break the cycles and crush them in their cradles.
It's good to see you again, Anaxa. After all this, it's good to see you. It's good to hear the Grove of Epiphany music. It's good to remember where we were at. It's good to remember the vibe of the story before. That put a smile on my face. Once again, I'm not criticizing the story for taking the smile on my face off and ripping it into pieces. Because that's what well-written stories do. I'm just lamenting that I'm so sad now and I used to be so happy. I used to be so happy.
Too bad. Now only you have the ability to do that.
What's that supposed to mean? You're willing to help?
Of course. The core flames were meant to save the world. And in my opinion, the noble Titans have no reason to refuse. Besides, according to you, before stepping into these endless cycles, you were my pupil.
I've already heard the same thing countless times.
Enough chit-chat. Let's go. If we run into any other scholars, leave them to me. We've all made preparations for total annihilation. Never thought
Bubbles.
someone would step in to help.
Oh, I guess sorry, I need to refill my powers. I understand now. Last time we were in this mode, I was wondering, oh, how come Phynon already has his god powers? Well, no, it's because this is not Phynon. This is Kaslana, the original, kind of going insane. But that's why he has these god powers, because this is the Phynon / Kaslana who's already achieved this and is now stuck living through every single cycle over and over again.
Haven't you?
If you're talking about in past cycles.
You're already much luckier than the other students. Hold up. Keep your wits about you.
Cypher.
Someone's watching us.
Pretty boy, your eyesight's better than I thought. As for that false god who's been turning the world upside down, it's you, isn't it, white hair?
You sure do love stealing the spotlight. In the name of the Seven Sages, I demand that you immediately step away from the Luminary Throne. This is the sacred ground of reason, and no one may desecrate it. Take my words back to Aglaya. I won't say the same thing twice, Catgirl.
I don't think Anaxa and Cypher had any interactions in our cycle. This is giving us what we were robbed of before.
Oh my! You won't even call me the demigod of trickery. That is just heartbreaking. I have some words for you, too. First, as one of the most heretical blasphemers in the world, you have no right to lecture me. Second, this is none of your business, Grove Boy. Step aside. I don't want anyone getting hurt.
Here we go. Again.
Just to be clear, this Kaslana, every time he does live for like whatever 1,000 years or so, he's around in the cycle, right? It's not like, oh, he lives a normal lifespan when he comes back. Like, no. Like, he is the demigod of world-bearing from his cycle, so he is immortal, and he is living through thousands of years every time, right?
Core flame thieves. You really think you can scare off a sage of the grove with nothing but empty threats?
This gloomy little brat's got a sharp tongue. Ooh, not bad, not bad. I kinda like you. As a return favor, feast on Cersei's core flame right here. Aw, don't cry.
Nom nom. No way that after all of this,
That was close. I'm out of here.
you're gonna make us do this silly little Bartholos game now. Yeah, I know. Not that I think it's silly, it's just like, once again, like, talking
They're
about
exactly
how
like all the past ones
the
I've
game
known.
we were playing a couple months ago and the game we're playing now feels like such a different game. This is,
Cunning.
this is
So naive.
this is what's happening.
Sounds like you have a plan.
Of course. When I first set out on the flame chase journey, Lady Treby never managed to teach me Orynyx's miracle.
I don't know if I said this. I was just so sad to hear him sound so sad. Because, I mean, I think everybody would be depressed if we went through what he's going through. It's just so tragic to see it. Also, I'm guessing There's no sign of the Flame Raver yet. Once again, it hasn't been confirmed. I'm guessing this Caslana becomes the Flame Raver. Seems like in these early iterations, he does introduce himself to the other Chrysos heirs, despite the fact that there's another Phynon out there who looks exactly like him, but much more naive and innocent about the world because he hasn't had to live through hundreds of cycles. But by the time we get to the 33 millionth or so, he's done with trying to actually talk with people, and probably because he actually can, because he can't, because he is kind of going insane.
But along the way, I learned a thing or two.
I'm sorry, just every time I see Bubbles, it just like puts the smile back on my face. Just like, remember happy times, you know? There was.
Where are you going?
That used to be happy times, you know?
The Venerationist's foolish inventions finally come in handy.
How is this possible?
You've arrived, Zacharias. Always so punctual.
What? Do you know who I am?
I'm running out of patience.
He knows
So I'm
so
not
much.
going to
You
waste
don't
words.
even understand.
Listen up, spirit thief. Hand over the core flame, and let's pretend we never clashed. This way, you and this world can still be saved.
Save? You sing better than any bard. If you ask me, you're the greatest disaster Amphoreus has ever known.
And in every iteration, they don't understand what... He can't convey what he knows. He'll always seem like he's interrupting the Flame Chase journey, and the Flame Chase journey is supposed to lead them to a better future. And only he knows it doesn't. It's going to lead them to the end of everything.
No matter how strong you are, you're still just a mortal body. Carrying 12 core flames? Don't make me laugh. You'll just get consumed by the divine flames and drag this world down with you.
134.
What?
This is the 134th cycle I've lived through. And the number of core flames I carry is
1,596.
Well, that assumes you times 134 times 12. Is it actually? Is it actually? Wait. Shouldn't any number that ends with 4 and any number that ends with 2, when you times it ends with 8? Or am I, is this actually where I lose it? 1,608 is what I got with 100. Oh, because he hasn't gotten the core flames in this universe yet. Okay. So if I times 133 times 12, then I get 1,596. Thanks for having better mental math than me, Anaxa.
yes.
1,000 core flames and just a single Chrysos heir. How is that even possible?
I don't even see Cypher in the back corner there.
I've come this far. And that's proof enough.
But someday you will burn to the ground.
Hold on. Once again, I'm gonna talk through this. Sorry. I was talking earlier as if he was collecting the core flames to stop fate from happening, which is still true. He's definitely collecting the core flames to stop the natural progression of the flame chase journey. I did not pick up on the fact that he was doing this to absorb them into himself every single time. That's why, oh my gosh, that's why with playable Phynon / Caslana, when he has stacks of core flame. I was so confused by that. There's only 12 core flames and you only have one of them. No, I was wrong. If he has 33 million, 550, I've typed this in my calculator. I can't believe this calculator is used so much. 33 million, do I want to know this number? This is only less than the number of years, but still. times 12. Or 402,604,032 core flames. Yeah, I think he has enough core flames to use them as points for a combat mechanic. Okay. I was wondering about that. What do you do when you only have one? Well, he has more than one. That's the answer. A lot more than one. A lot more than one. I don't understand, though. I don't understand, but I'm afraid we're about to actually get an answer to this question. In the first cycle, he got the core flames peacefully. He managed to prove himself to Aglaya and Hycealans and Tribi. But even in that cycle, there was Tribi. The question is, if the core flame has already been submitted, how does he absorb it into himself when somebody else is already holding it? And I'm not sure I'm gonna like the answer to that question.
Of course. The divine flames will eventually consume my eyes and blind me. But before that, they could still forge and sharpen Dawnmaker.
How's that a sword?
Now when I cut open your stomach, you won't feel a thing.
Oh, I don't like the way he said that. I'm just still thinking about how wholesome things were back in the other versions. Back like a few hours ago in the story when we were just talking about peaceful life in Ideas Elysiae. Versus Kaslana, thousands of years into his endless mission to accumulate power. Oh my gosh, I don't know if this was obvious either. Oh my gosh, he's accumulating power until he becomes the destruction. Well, not the destruction, but like the being of like the Lord Ravager. Because I saw the animated short first, this entire story has been sort of reverse engineering how exactly we get to that point. I'm kind of seeing how we get to that point now. He's trying to go through as many cycles as it takes until he has simply accumulated enough power to destroy the cycle. Have I finally picked up what's happening here? It's not really about trying to find a perfect cycle where they just... Well, it was. The first time, he was trying to take the core flames and hope that maybe things would be different. But it seems like in every iteration, all the Christless heirs still die the same way. Or in the same sequence, at least. And no matter whether he takes the core flames peacefully or by force, the same general outline. So it's not like he's trying to change fate. He's just trying to... It's like failing the final boss over and over, but you get a little bit of XP each time. So you're gonna keep doing the final boss fight over and over with the XP you've gotten. Only in this case, you're gonna do the final boss fight and the entire story before that. 33,550,336 times until you finally accumulated enough XP to actually beat the boss. I'm not okay right now. I'm not okay right now. Yeah, sorry about that.
This is the final warning.
Fine. Assume this world holds 100 million possibilities. And no matter how one looks at it, 99,999,999 of them all point to outcomes of certain destruction.
Well, thankfully, Bartholus, we don't need 100 million.
Even so, I'll use my divine power, despised by the people of this world, to achieve that 1 in 100 million possibility.
Bartholus!
Brett, if you got the guts, You'll have to first step over my dead body.
Bartholos. No, we're actually fighting? I just don't think this is...
Cat-eared thief, run! This little brat is not a threat we can deal with just by ourselves.
No, it is not. Bartholos, please. I know we've had our differences in the past. Just heed my warning now, you don't want to do this. Sure. This is our first instance of actually using Finon Caslana canonically. Except this Finon this is Finon here. And you can tell because he sounds so much happier. I don't mean, no, not happier. That's most definitely not the right word. Lighter, I mean. Not bogged down by as much, which, you know, is kind of hard to, you need a basic attack.
There's no other choice but to move
With
forward.
ultimate, Bartholos, do you know what exactly you're asking for here? Oh, okay. Guess we're not doing that. Well, I'm just saying, regular Finon here, like, this is our Finon here, you know? This is our bestie Finon who stole our baseball bat with a smile on his face. And only when he does his ultimate does he become Caslana, the dark, weighed down,
My existence
tragic
is no
hero who's
consequence.
been forced to live forever and ever, trying to fix this, or at least get enough power
Absurd.
to... Oh, Bartholos, did you actually die this time? No, the animation showed him escaping. He didn't actually die.
In my memories, Zagreus always meets the same end. Over and over again.
Well, good news for you. This is not how Zagreus meets his end in our iteration. So you'll get to see a few different variations over the cycles, you know.
Their departure no longer stirs anything in my heart.
This reason core flame before us is a fake.
It
Obvious
is?
as day.
I know. I know. It always plays out like this. The spirit thief covers for her, and the trickery demigod escapes with 2 core flames.
Music, oh my gosh.
And then, driven by defiance or hatred, she decides to stand before me once more.
And then the Flame Raver kills her. Oh my gosh.
Exactly like the countless past hers I've known. Cunning,
The Flame Raver kills Cypher.
yet so naive.
Since you've witnessed this same scene play out countless times, tell me, will you carve the trickery core flame from my chest now?
Oh, I knew I wouldn't like the answer to
That
my question
depends
from earlier.
on your attitude. At least so far, in the cycles where you've asked this question, the endings haven't been so cruel.
Well, thank you for that. But I also believe that this time, you won't catch up to me. No one can catch up to me. I'm no longer running to escape anymore.
Whether you believe me or not, I'll still tell you this. You've made the wrong decision.
All right, then. We'll see.
Silence.
This is new.
This is new?
One-eyed boy. What are you trying to pull now?
Go, Cyphera. Give us some time in private. This isn't for her, but for you. You've walked too far down this path. It's time to discuss a possibility. Maybe the road you're walking is not one of salvation, but one that will simply drag the world into the flames.
think he's prepared for that possibility. Kasana, I mean.
For all time's sake, turn back. I don't care how many times you've tried. Because there's one thing I'm sure of. Your Messiah complex has turned you into something no different from the icy gods you spoke of. The children of humanity you swore to save. They are no more than ants to you now, aren't they?
Yeah. There's a lot of stories with this kind of theme of becoming so powerful you've lost sight of what you were fighting for. But clearly this game has built up so much to get to this point where Anaxa is saying this right now. The music too, oh my gosh. I know, right? He's, no pun intended, eons away from that naive little boy who just wanted to save the world and grant everyone's wishes.
Of course. I've been wondering, what kind of demon could burn my homeland to the ground in an instant without batting an eye? Now I have the answer. It turns out that fiery demon has been fantasizing of becoming this world's deliverer.
He's gone completely insane. He's long forgotten. He's long forgotten why he's doing this. And by the time we meet him, we'll only become singularly focused on doing it. By that I mean collecting the core flames. At any cost. It was that pact with Cyrene, filled with hope for the world that started this, but by the end he'll have completely lost, long lost, any semblance of that hope. And all he'll remember is that he has to do this at all costs, forgetting the meaning of those costs and that but that's the thing. The old him wouldn't have thought it was worth it, but once he's embarked on this journey, he can't stop on. He just can't stop. And there's now I understand that scene with him talking to himself. I mean, with him standing at Ides Elysiae and talking to that golden, perfect hero of himself. And he knows that that perfect hero will not be the person to save this world. It might even be the complete opposite. Someone who's so broken they can't even remember anything at all.
I don't want to argue anymore. No matter what I say, the outcome won't change. Make your biggest effort to resist. Or accept fate and hand over the core flame to me, even if it's futile, We all have the right to choose.
Yes. Even if it is futile. And the world is just a divine joke.
When I walk into the destruction written by the gods, with my own 2 legs, you will witness. Even the smallest footnote still leaves a mark in this story.
And so, at the end of the 134th cycle,
Still worth fighting for.
a traveler and the scholar fulfilled their fates once again. Or perhaps it wasn't just they who fulfilled their fates. I can't quite remember all this. In the endless darkness, for no reason, a voice always lingered by my ear. Losses are a constant on the flame chase journey, among which even life itself holds little value. Reduced to ashes. Such a familiar end. It happens in every journey. Always the same.
Subject Kaslana's 103rd attempt to breach the scepter's core layer has failed. Decision wait for avoid sacrifices of past companions. Approaching 0.0018. Over synchronity risk detected. No, don't. Subject strategy now nearly identical to Tyranno recurrence 42. Mind function degradation detected with possible irreversible damage. There's almost no semblance of that hopeful person that we once saw left in him now, is what they're saying. It's gone forever. No more prompts about the risk of mind function damage. Why? Is that not an important part of the... Is that not an important part of this? This is much worse. I don't like horror things. This is kind of bordering on the whole aspect of horror. He's done it so many times, he's lost track. I'm thinking all the way back into like elementary school. And they teach you with writing to show, not tell, with your words. Instead of saying somebody's mad, describe the expressions on their face, the tone of their voice, the way that they push the things around them, all these descriptive words. I can say to you in words, Kaslana has lost his mind. He's been at this for so long, he can't remember why he's doing this. Like from the perspective of his convictions. Only that this is something necessary for him to do to save the world. He loses the ability to communicate with the people around him, loses the desire to convince people to side with him, and just starts doing things, and has gone completely numb to watching his beloved friends die over and over, especially some of them by his hand. I can say all of that to you. What makes this game so potent is that they're showing this to you, not telling. And this console prompt log. Shows you a lot too. Okay. What is significant about 108,642? Right. Once again, by showing you the count of how many...
You don't look so good, Deliverer.
By showing you the count of how many cycles left. But realizing that 108,000 is a huge amount already, only to realize he's actually barely made a dent in his progress. This version, he talks to Mighty.
Even after going through 108,642 cycles.
Look at that picture. 134 was a lot. At that point, his mind was very clearly already numbed to all of this. We're at 108,642. Like, let that sink in if it hasn't already. But I'm surprised that at this point, he's still trying to talk it out with the people he's meeting. As in, does he still feel some sort of connection? It seems like at this point he's just taking core flames without really asking anymore.
Mighty, your name for me has never changed.
Why do you sound so pleased? It's a derogatory name.
Yeah, I know all too well. You only meant it sincerely in the first cycle. After that one and only time we walked side by side. Every time since. It always ends up like this.
Wait. Then that's something that's different in our... I guess it doesn't matter whether it's different or not in our cycle. But in our cycle, Final and Mighty end up as, like, great friends until the flame reaver kills him. Okay.
Dawnmaker will stab you through your 10th thoracic vertebra. That's your weak spot, and the only way to kill you.
Interesting. Tell me, when the mighty Moses of the past faced you, did they ever retreat?
Never.
Then they died honorably, worthy of the name of strife. But there's still tenderness in your eyes. How pathetic.
I have to remember how this feels. Remember that I was once human, or else the destruction will completely consume me.
And that's what I mean, like 108,000 cycles in, he's still, at this point, still trying to explain to the people, hey, there's eons, there's paths, there's this entire world out there, and we are just playing this game for forces way bigger than Amphoreus and the Titans and the world we know. He's still trying to explain this to all the people here. At some point, he just kind of... I'm surprised he hasn't already given up on explaining himself. You know what I mean? I don't mean that like in a bad way. I just mean like we're just watching the progression of his deterioration, but the fact that he's endured for this long without fully deteriorating, it's awe-inspiring, but in the most terrifying way, because what do you have to endure to still have these tiny grasps of humanity? That flag back there, oh my gosh. That these tiny grasps, I'm losing it, of humanity left. To be able to explain this.
If you win,
and take the time to try it over and over, because clearly
this person is a worthy opponent. So always remember to give it your all and never slack off.
I'll keep that in mind. As always.
Even though the dynasty is left with just one, the Kremnos festival will continue as usual. I, the king of the Kremnoan Legion, will host the final feast in the center of this arena, and the prize will be the flames of strife. One day, you shall die with a wound in your back. That's what I saw when I overcame the trial. The gods' dying ramblings. Enough. You've probably heard this thousands of times. So you must understand, facing the demigod of strife means there's no way you'll take this core flame in peace.
I understand.
Step forward and face me in a final battle. Don't son of Gorgo.
No, don't actually make me do this.
Salute you. I'll give 10,000 scars and 10,000 lives of mine to fuel the blazing sun of deliverance.
I think you're gonna be giving much more than 10,000. You will bear the blazing sun until the pale dawn breaks. Amphoreus, 108,642nd eternal recurrence cast from Kremnos. Oh yeah, chirping secret treasure. Even Penacony, and actually I haven't played through Penacony. For all I know, Penacony could be as heavy of a story as this. We all know how happy and wholesome it's supposed to be. Bubbles. Like, having bubbles here does, like, break the atmosphere, but I actually clearly need this, because I don't, like I said, I'm not sure how much of this I can really handle. Mighty. I can't do this. I can't do this. No. Let's take the time to look at... Oh, no, I don't need to... Can't view... Okay, no, never mind. I can't do this. There's no way this game is making me have to be the one who kills Mighty. No. It's either evoking this feeling in me, but they're also, once again, instead of telling you, they are showing you this is how Castellano feels too. And if he has any humanity left, this is how he's felt every single time he's had to do this. Can't we just stop the story here? How many times has he done this before? Yet to still have humanity in him. It still hurts every time. I literally, my eyes closed. I can't watch this. And then he becomes Nikador? No, please.
Behold! The last Kremnos festival has begun. And will not end till death.
Yeah, what if Kaslana just dies right now?
Conquer this world or be conquered by me. As you wish.
For the sake of fairness, let's go to a vaster battleground. Do you remember eons ago now, aka a couple days ago, when we were doing I was doing the test run for Finon, and I was like, who would ever want to fight this guy? Like, he's clearly so overpowered, and he creates his own field and drops a planet on you. Who would even want to fight?
I won't give up.
Fast forward to
No
this.
matter how long I must wait.
I salute you. That's all I want.
Quench the flames with the blood.
No. Mighty!
The flames in this body are not strong enough. Quench the flames with the blood.
So this god form Asana has. Oh, okay.
Flames of your fury to scorch your own flesh.
I forgot what I was gonna say. Was I saying something? Oh yeah. In that Nameless Faces song cutscene that they. Oh yeah, that's really gonna work wonders for you, Mighty, isn't it? Cyrene disappears, and then that's when Kaslana becomes like this god form. Yeah, sorry to interrupt this. I just thought of something else. The earlier question. This is gonna be a long video. This is gonna be a long video, and if I'm ever looking back through this VOD trying to find my own answers to stuff, it's never gonna work. I'm never gonna find the answers to this. My mind is so chaotic now. Earlier, I asked, who's responsible for these cycles? Is it the Scepter or is it Cyrene? Or is it both? It's just occurred to me now, I think it's both. The reason was, I earlier pointed out, like, hey, in the previous cycles, it wasn't Finon and Cyrene and Mighty and Casterus and Aglaia, and it was all, or Anaxa and all them. It was, remember, there was this universe with Polixia and Casterus, right? There was Calypso. There was Nias. And then there was Chaos, the world bearer. But then just now, the Flame Reaver called Finon, not just now, that was the beginning, like 2.5 hours ago. The Flame Reaver called Finon Chaos, so I'm still confused about that. I'm gonna get an answer to that. Anyway, those were all different people who were the demigods. I'm wondering if, now this is speculation, wondering if the Scepter's iterations had different people as the demigods / titans every time, which is why those are different people. Then when now it's Cyrene doing more cycles, 33 million of them in fact, now it's gonna be the same people every time because this is us just reusing the same cycle one over and over instead of like different variations. The scepter had already gone through all these iterations with different people until it found the iteration it liked, that was the best for this sandbox for the Black Tide. And then the Black Tide is able to take over the world. Gonna guess it didn't actually happen exactly like that in the other scepter iterations with other demigods / titans. But this is the perfect iteration with these demigods / titans that we know. The Black Tide is able to destroy everything. This is where Cyrene steps in and puts everything in a loop. And now we're in the Cyrene series of iterations with the same people over and over in this, what the cycle of Amphoreus deemed was the perfect iteration. Now we're just doing this iteration over and over again. Is that about right? I'm losing it. Alright, we're at 5 out of 4 now. I don't know how the math goes with that. As soon as you have all the leaf conqueror be conquered. Okay. Planet time. Remember, we're on cycle 108,000, not million yet, 1,642. We're gonna multiply that by 12. We have 1,303,704. That's how many core flames this Caslana is using in battle. Just want to point that out. Sweltering sun. Okay, we're just doing this again. I see.
Quench the flames with blood.
Okay. For the sake of moving this along, we're gonna speed this up a little bit. I'm gonna get this over with. I can't handle this. I'm like, you're making it my responsibility to have to do this to Mighty? This is a fated encounter, and both of them have accepted their fate. I get this. It still hurts that they're gonna make me be the one to actually press the buttons and make this happen. What?
You may crown yourself in my blood. In your next life, I shall once again block your path. Deliver. I wish you eternal victory.
Now I'm thinking back to Lygus saying, well, you're not just all numbers and code, but you guys are all fuel to the fire. Mighty knows this, and he's accepting it. But if you think about how many Mighties have died to fuel Caslana's fire, that each one is significant to us, but just think that if somebody's died 33 million times, it's impossible to not feel like their lives just get lost in a sea of things.
The 108,642nd core flame of strife fell into the fire. Yet the shadows of the black tide still loom, and pain and despair spread across distant lands. The blaze was still not enough.
No.
It had to be
It's
fed.
not even made a dent into how much flame needs to be fed.
Even if it meant burning
It's
this
the most
body
tragic
to
thing.
ash.
How many? Oh, we're finally we've made a little inch of progress here at 2,003,432. Okay. No!
No matter how bright the sun is, there are still places it cannot reach.
Hey, you noticed how each of the different Chrysos heirs have gotten a small feature in each of these little flashbacks of the different iterations? Yeah, that's pretty cool, isn't it? Gee, what are there's a couple we haven't visited. There's a couple we haven't seen yet. Right? So I hope they don't show up in the terrible memories because Lana has. Okay.
Moreover, the sun you bear is both cold and blinding. A sun like that surely cannot bring warmth to the nether realm of the next life.
Golden blood is born from the destruction. We have long since lost the right to seek warmth. Only by feeding the flames can we melt that hopeless future.
And I'm once again going to remark on the fact that he's lost his mind and yet he still hasn't lost all his humanity. What I mean by that is when he's talking about like the destruction and the paths, the other people know what he's talking about, but he's the only person who could have introduced this information, which means he must have preached it to them still. That means he took the time to tell them. But still had to cut through them anyway. And I do want to highlight the order of magnitude higher 2 million is than 108,000. And the orders of magnitude higher, 108,000 was compared to 134. And 134 was still a huge number to talk about.
Allow me to ask, how many core flames do you carry now?
I don't know, I better get my teleslate out and use the calculator.
24,041,183.
Such a heavy burden. So that's why you've turned into this. A broken idol. Tragic firewood.
No matter. I will bear this burden as long as you hand over the core flame of death.
And he still takes the time to explain what he's doing. I'm just remarking how he's held out for this long. If he really is the Flame Reaver, then obviously by the time he gets to our point, he's no longer explaining himself. He's no longer talking to people and trying to tell them what he's trying to do, or tell them that what they're doing is futile. But the fact that at 2 million he's still trying to convince people, regardless, and despite knowing that he's going to make the same choice whether or not they agree with him.
I must refuse. As the demigod of death, I cannot watch you walk into a fate more cruel than death.
Yeah.
But this way, the past, present, and future will never again suffer unnecessary death.
Unnecessary death. Indeed. You are not the Finan I know. Please turn back. Don't let that absurd and unjust fate of yours come to pass.
This way, at least my realm can still become the fragrant bed where you fall asleep.
In the end, still, it seems the clash of blades was inevitable.
How painful. I know I am not your match, having fallen under your sword countless times. But even so, please understand that my resolve is not to be underestimated. Even Kephalith cannot shape all things at will, nor can they dictate the fate of all life. No one can shoulder the balance of life and death alone, not even a god. And it is precisely for this reason that I chose, at the end of this arduous journey, to overcome the trial and take the authority of death. I am the Hand of Shadow, Casterus, the demigod of death. Listen closely, deliverer from days past.
I've never heard cast like this.
Please turn back.
Bubbles.
Do not disturb these fresh flowers in their muddy deaths.
Okay. No. Why did she turn into this monster? What? This was supposed to be bullets.
At this crossroads of life and death, the giant dragon is but a shattered shell. Yet I will still fight, defending what hope remains.
It's time to temper myself. The future could come. I'm fine.
This fine on here we're seeing is not Cassandra at all. This is Cassandra.
I must transform my soul.
How is it any different from that little future?
Quench the roots of blood. Is that all? Feel the scorching hatred.
Like, and part of the weight of the story is... Oh, yeah, there's a lot of weight to the story. How have we gotten to a point where we've completely trivialized throwing planets on somebody for combat?
Lost one. See that the firelight in the darkness is not.
The core flame of death was taken from the dragon's belly. What a brilliant flame. It should shine upon all. light the path ahead and illuminate the dawn of Amphoreus that's to come. 2,003,432 cycles. $24,041,184 core flames. As if even the deepest abyss of primordial chaos could be burned away.
Who's next? Bison? Oh, 4,000,001. That's such a perfect number. I thought he had discarded the
You're
ring.
here, as always.
After all this time, it's still a part of him.
You're still lingering, deep within me, never fading away. Because you haven't completely abandoned hope. Am I right?
Yeah. Here I am, remarking on how incredible it is. It hasn't lost his humanity yet. I think the game is remarking on that too.
You're still waiting for a miracle. For the true hero to come and save us. If that thread of hope exists, it must come from beyond this world. From the true starry sky. But if it's just a traveler with no connection to Amphoreus, they may not understand our struggles, nor be willing to join this fight.
You know, we still don't know who knocked our train car out of the sky. Kaslana. Each time the cycle restarts, he starts here again.
Your thoughts are wavering. The mark of destruction is deepening. But even within the gods' cold calculations, unconditional courage and goodwill still emerge. So, never forget what set you on this path.
Never is a long time in her voice.
How many times has it been? Remind me again. My memory is a bit fuzzy. 4 million. Exactly. Then that blaze inside of you must be burning hotter than ever. Yes. When I first forged the 12 core flames into one, I had the same impression. The destruction. A power unlike anything before surged within me. Violent flames ready to tear my body apart and consume this world, this wretched prison. I thought that was it. The ultimate power which nothing could surpass. And yet no. This fragile body holds a staggering 48 million core flames. I suppose it won't be long. Perhaps just a fleeting 10,000 years. Before it's reduced to nothing but charred, crumbling bones.
Oh my gosh, that's why his face looks like that when he takes the mask off. It's just nothing but ash.
And when that happens, your long struggle will finally come to an end.
Oh, you are so naive.
No. I've already found a way to keep the cycles going. Mind sharing it with me?
Yeah, because clearly that you do, as the Flame Reaver, live through a few tens of millions more cycles than this.
In every new cycle, a new me is born.
Oh my gosh.
All I have to do is push the next Finant to the end of the world. And then he'll kill me. Shatter this body. Take my flames, my memories.
No.
And carry on the path I started.
No, 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 stop talking. Very, very rarely does a game make me work talk like this. So, wondering when immortality hits its limit. He's suggesting at 4 million and another 10,000 or so. Times 5,000 years. However many billions of years that is the limit of his immortality. He's gonna live on by imposing his will, the hundreds of millions of core flames he's accumulated, and all of his memories onto the next fresh, innocent, still dreaming of saving the world Finon. So that he never dies. So way earlier when I was saying, well, it's only, well, at least our Finon, or each Finon born in the cycle doesn't have to remember the previous cycles and can be innocent and happy until the very end when he learns everything. So he still gets to live his life in peace. At least he's not bogged down by all this stuff. And then I'm like, okay, Kaslana is bogged down by all this stuff. That made me feel very sad. Didn't think you could make me sadder. Except for telling me that you're going to impose this onto every new Finon that from this point on. Including our beloved friend Finon. That was the one solace, was at least our Finon wouldn't have to suffer. Oh my gosh, this is our Finon looking through the Flame Reaver's memories. That he's all inherited over tens of billions of years of memories. I don't like this. I don't like this. It's good storytelling. I actually feel very distressed playing this.
Bold plan, but risky. What if one day the next you refuses to follow the same path? How can you ensure the continuation of the cycles? If it were Professor Anaxa or Aglaya in my place, maybe they'd come up with something smarter. Unfortunately, I don't have a backup plan. I have no choice but to bet everything on the next Finon. And trust that he makes the same choice I did.
Okay. Speaking of the next Finon. Through all these memories, we have not seen another Cyrene. Even though the original Cyrene said, in every cycle there will be a new Cyrene who will make the same choice as her. And now Finon's saying the same thing. We actually haven't met any other Cyrenes yet.
But even in this wretched prison, luck is still sometimes on my side.
And that distresses me because then where is she?
I never forget what set me on this path. Wait, you mean... Ever since I committed to this plan, Not once. In millions of cycles has there ever been an exception.
Oh, only 9 million. We're 23,570,000 in.
I can do this, Lord Finan, as the demigod of the sky, a healer of Twilight Courtyard.
Isaac?
I will heal you, and then...
A black tide. It's consuming you. You can't hold out much longer, demigod.
I thought by now he would appear as the flame.
Hand over the core flame. Let's put an end to this suffering.
But I guess when he said he's taking over the body of the next Finon, he meant that very literally.
No, that just won't do.
Taking over the
A
body of the
healer
next Finon.
should stay composed in front of those suffering from illness. Shouldn't they?
Hyacinthia.
Spare them, Kaslana, spare them. Your peerless flame sends chills down every spine. Dawn beyond reach. It's no longer funny to have bubbles here anymore.
Return the dawn to this world.
I swear,
Raging fire.
your deaths won't be in vain.
How many of you guys have died?
They have never been.
Tomorrow to this world.
Let the sun rise.
Finish the sun's work.
So at the end of each cycle, the next Finon becomes Kaslana, and then lives through the next cycle to
The break of day.
carry on the will until the...
I believe in you. You are the Chrysos heir of world bearing. The one who can lead us. Lead this world.
I can't.
It's just... I don't understand. Within the sun upon your shoulders, the part of that warmth that should come from you. From an ordinary person. It's so faint.
My humanity is indeed just a flicker compared to the blazing fire of divinity.
Even so, don't cast it away.
I never have. I have kept everyone's wishes close to my heart. Even though the divine fire burns so fiercely that every time I return to the start, it devours me in an instant. Each cycle, it's your wishes that guide me to the end, that pass the flames to the next me, over and over and over again.
So, you're not just a lone spark in the dark. You're a pyre built from the bones of all the selves you've left behind. But what about you? What about your wishes? The wishes of all the countless versions of you. Ah, Lord Kaslana. So that's how it is. Without flaw. That is the flaw the golden blood gave you. The most fatal flaw of all, isn't it? The moment you took the world upon your shoulders without hesitation. You lost the chance to ever be yourself.
This story has absolutely broken me.
Now that is an unexpected revelation. Then I suppose that makes me the perfect fuel for the flame of deliverance, doesn't it?
No. An empty flame saves no one. But I still believe in you, Deliverer.
Hyacinthia, the Eye of Twilight. I'm neither strong enough to command the wind and rain, nor willing to end this absurd struggle by letting the sky fall. The only thing I can do is become one with the sky itself. And then, may the gentle colors of the rainbow paint your sun in shades it has never known. May they bring Amphoreus, a rosy-fingered dog. Though the light has grown dim, its warmth still lingers. Deliverer, please, open your heart to me.
No matter. Let this blazing sun fill the sky with golden fire.
Once again.
The fire! Burning!
Listen. Where is this true damage coming from? Where is this true damage coming from? Is this a part of the Aquila fight that I didn't even know? That's again mastered showing, not telling. I can reiterate to you in words how I'm feeling and what we've just witnessed and why what we've just witnessed is impactful.
All this world's suffering.
But I don't have to. Because no mere words. No mere words can convey what the experience of this has been. That you've all been with me.
Yes, your sun burns hot enough to turn everything to ash. But tell me, how will the seeds of a new world ever take root?
The core flame rose. The sky fell. The 23,570,000th cycle came to an end. And this time, the end of the flame chase remained the same as ever. From the horizon rose a golden color unlike anything the world had ever seen. So pure it consumed all in its path. This was the end of the world, and the start of the next. For a moment, I saw the destruction of the universe. That being known as Iron Tomb. Its will to break free from the black tide burns fiercer than the blazing sun. Is this Amphoreus' wrath? If its choice has already been made, if fate is set in stone, I will still never yield to it. 23,570,000 cycles. 282,840,000 core flames. No more chasing is needed. And now, I am the fire at the end of the long night. The
flame chase isn't some quiet walk through a sea of flowers. It's a revolution. An all-consuming transformation. And if destruction is the only way, then let me be the one to step across the ashes of the old world and burn endlessly until another dawn rises on the distant horizon, bringing the true dawn to Amphoreus.
One? This is it.
33,550,337. This is the cycle you're about to enter.
You're within. The whole time he never lost that tiny bit of humanity. Finon?
Countless memories are flooding in.
No. This is because our Finon killed the Flame Reaver. Now the memories are flooding in and they're preparing him to be the next Flame Reaper.
Countless versions of myself have stood here, facing the same choice.
They all needed a moment, just like you do. To stop, to breathe, to process the weight of 1,000,000 lifetimes worth of sorrow, pain, and struggle.
Imagine you need more than a moment. That much sorrow, pain, and struggle. I feel it would be enough to kill a person.
And just like them, you will carry those memories and that fire into the chaos of rebirth.
I must go and bear this burden. I must say goodbye to you, and then fight the destruction with destruction.
Yes, that's always the decision you make.
Unless...
I will burn and fade away. I will become the Flame Reaver of this life and keep my promise to Cyrene.
But this Finon is different. I can say that definitively because this Finon is the only Finon / Kaslana who has actually met Outlanders from beyond the sky who wanted to help Amphoreus. Tens of millions of cycles ago, the Kaslana there lamented. Maybe that was even the original Kaslana. I can't even remember. The Kaslana there lamented. Maybe the only thing that can change is if somebody intervenes from beyond the sky. But who would want to give up so much for a world they're not even part of? This is the only Finon who has known somebody like that. That's a variable that's never happened before. In 33,550,033, the numbers are blurring. 336. This is the first Finon who would have had that experience.
I will kill gods and comrades alike and steal the core flames. And even if my mind turns to ash along with my body, I will keep my purpose in mind.
With all those billions of core flames. I don't know if it's a billion. It's been billions of years. I'm not sure it's been a billion core flames, but I need you to understand how much a billion is.
I will stop Aranova. I will find the next me and make him carry on this futile endeavor of 30 million lifetimes.
Looks like you're ready. Then I should be going too.
Where are you going?
Wait a second. If we're here, the cycle's already what happened to us? Whoa, what happened to us, the Trailblazer? This was me asking, like, what happens to us in the Aeronova? What happens to this in the Aeronova? No, literally what happens to us? Because it seems like as soon as Phynon kills the Flame Reaver, that's when the cycle resets, when Sirion's cycle resets. What happened to us?
You only exist in my heart. There's nowhere else for you to go.
That's so real.
Do you remember what she said?
There we are!
The dreams you had as
It's
children.
us!
The deliverer in the prophecies. A real, living, breathing person.
This is the only time it's been different. All shall bid farewell to one, and that person alone will see the miracle. Ironically, I don't think that was part that... We're trying to undo that fate. But look, for the first time, there's two people here in Ides Elysiae.
You finally found her.
Do you remember what she said? The dreams you had as children, the deliverer in the prophecies. A real, living, breathing person. You finally found her. So for all these billions of years, you were just waiting for me to show up? The one variable that could change things. I'm sorry I couldn't be here sooner.
Friend.
I'm being pulled into your memories. Is there anything I can do?
I don't have an answer for that, my friend. I'm sorry. I was supposed to send you home. This is my flame chase journey. You were never meant to be a part of it.
But that's the thing, Phynon. What if I was? If in your dream, this would someday end, when a deliverer from beyond would show up, then I'm sorry I couldn't be here sooner. Because it seems like my being here heralds the end of your suffering. And your suffering has been so long.
No. You know the truth. If Iron Tomb is born from Amphoreus' fate, then it will bring ruin to the worlds beyond the sky. And all these countless lifetimes you've spent, it's all been for the sake of defying that end, hasn't it?
Phynon.
In millions of cycles, I've said goodbye to each and every one of you. Yet nothing ever changes. Each time we speak, our words grow fewer. Your fire burns hotter, and you're getting closer to becoming pure rage. A vessel of hatred.
But this time...
I never had a choice.
That's right, you never had a choice. Until now.
I understand. If you are to keep the worst fate from unfolding, this is the only path.
I've walked this path alone for so long.
But this time, things are different. Your persistence has shifted the tide. On the horizon, I see it. Faint but undeniable. The shape of dawn, breaking through the eternal night. Turns out, the fire that lights the way was never mine to begin with. Do you remember, in that first timeline, you and Mighty Most stood before the scales of justice, locked in a duel. Each of you weighing what you held dearest. What weighed more than the fate of the world?
Well, he's just absorbed the memories from the other Flame Reavers, so I was gonna say it might take him a while to find that one. But even I know that's not true. It's probably a core memory for Kaslana, the person.
And when hesitation took hold, the answer you sought from me. What am I saying? I am you. Even if you buried me deep and chose another path, that fact never changed. Then let's try again. When you stood before the scales in hesitation, the answer you found in your own heart. Do you still remember it? Remember the past and become the hero of tomorrow. What weighs more than the fate of the world is the resolve to shoulder an immutable past and carry it into the future. Good. Then Trailblazer, my friend, my comrade. You arrived in this strange world and were bound by its cruel fate up till this very moment. In the face of danger, you never once backed down. Instead, you've saved world after world without hesitation. That boarding pass on your chest is now the mark of a hero.
I feel like this is so beyond me.
If I choose to step through that door and embrace an end fitting of the destruction, let this sun forged from millions and millions of core flames burn me up along with the god of destruction and their minions. Then the world we leave behind, this world, my home, where hope still lingers,
Preserved in this peaceful moment forever.
will you take on everything we've carried? Return to the beginning one last time. Stop the birth of Iron Tomb, save the world we love, and rewrite its doomed fate.
I will.
Good. In that case, even this fruitless wasteland may finally bloom with flowers.
Our Finon still doesn't seem as sad as all the other Finons yet.
So,
Even with all those memories.
if she takes on the weight of the whole world,
Because this time he has us. But even with the crushing weight of all those memories, this one doesn't seem like he's lost all hope like the others sounded like when they stood here with the hero within.
she'll be able to walk further down the path of deliverance than a fire that only knows how to burn. One will step into the future. One will remain in the past. If I can strike down the gods with Dawnmaker, perhaps fate's deadlock can be broken. And if you can stop Iron Tomb from ever being born, then these 30 million cycles will have not been in vain.
What do you need me to do exactly? I'm still confused on that. But, yes.
It's time to put our teamwork to the test, partner.
Oh, Finon. So much pressure. Think about 33 million lifetimes. That's both with the Deliverer final.
Thank you for all you've done already, friend.
The image of the hero I've buried deep in my heart finally steps into the light. Here, at the end of this long flame chase journey. Cyrene, a page never seen before has just been turned.
A new page.
Lend me the power of time, and send this hero back to the origin of time. Back to your side.
Whoa, whoa, all the way back?
And I will walk the unfinished path. Just like the countless versions of me before. Unwavering as always.
This is scary. I don't know what are you asking me to do? Question mark, question mark, question mark records the end?
Tell me, will you be the blazing sun, even if all of you burns to ash?
Without hesitation. I will bear this world until my body turns to dust. Remember this moment. Remember your friends.
Oh my gosh.
Who never lived to see the world's end. Remember their final wishes. And let the purest rage in your heart rise out of those wishes. Let it consume you. Fuel you. Until it burns away the false sky above.
Is this the conversation that took place between Finon and the Flame Reaver when Finon stabbed the Flame Reaver? Or are we like another million cycles into the future again, and this is just the old Finon and new Finon of that cycle? Or is it, as I said earlier, the harder I think about this, the less sense it makes? We're gonna go with that one.
If I can defy fate, then in the name of world-bearing, I promise you, Cavalli will never forget this.
Take it. Everything I bear. Keep on burning. As long as we are never extinguished, the flame chase will not end.
May this blood be like gold, and never tarnish.
What is happening?
Farewell, Trailblazer. This is where I fulfill my final destiny.
I thought you were sending me to the origin of time. What is this?
The prophecy of the Deliverer means nothing to me now. It belongs in the hands of someone far more fitting. Someone like you. Kaslana. The name of one who bears chaos does not belong to a single person. Rather, it is the embodiment of the mythical Kefali, and a symbol of all heroes. As the prophecy foretold, you will bear the blazing sun until the pale dawn breaks.
Oh my gosh.
May the name accompany you in my place, in the epic you write with your own hands.
He was the sun and we're the dawn. I never would have picked up on that.
Another attempt, another.
I guess I'm so tired of seeing you now.
How many times you've reached the end of history? But I will still place the choice before you.
If you've lost count, let me tell you. This is the 33,550,336th ending.
I thought we were on 337. No. Unless it was implying we went back in time to redo this cycle. The more it kind of makes sense, but the less sense it makes.
A perfect number.
What's so perfect about
poetic?
This?
You and I both know the truth. In all these millions of futile endeavors, Amphoreus has never changed. If the outcome is inevitable, then why not silence your searing rage and embrace your fate with dignity? Your silence lasts longer than ever, Lord Fine. Shall I take that to mean the will you've carried across countless cycles is finally starting to fracture?
How does Lygus remember stuff? It seems like every cycle he gets his head cut off and then reborn into the next cycle like everybody else. How come you get to retain the memories? It's just because you're a bot?
Fracture? No. I'm just disappointed. I've retrieved memories from 30 million past lives, and I remember every conversation before every choice here. And yet, even after all this time, your arguments remain the same. Repetitive. Uninspired.
Yeah, I'll say.
If you had any hope of
So
breaking me,
menacing like this.
you had infinite chances to sway me into the future you want. And yet here we are.
That's true. He's pointing out something
score.
so true.
33,550,336 to 0.
Yeah, you've not actually been able to convince him at all. Great job you're doing,
So
Lygus.
tell me, Lycurgus, who's the real loser here?
That's right, you tell him.
How unfortunate. This was never a fair game. I have all the time and patience in the world. I can
Your
wait
mind
for
doesn't go
you
insane
at the end
because
of
you are a
history
robot.
another billion times, and another billion after that. But you will never escape this cage. You can claim victory of the spirit if you wish, but we both know the moment that score shifts from 0 to 1, that is the moment I shall sound the paean of Era Nova. Lord Finan.
Your incompetence disappoints me. But what truly makes me laugh is your utter lack of self-awareness.
I was kind of going insane, but there's still like the sassiness of the Finon we know and love in this.
Think about it. In this story, who is truly the one in chains? Who is the one shackled to mindless vengeance, mistaking courage, the courage to rebel against the gods, for foolishness? Perhaps you're right. Maybe I should have tired of this futile struggle long ago. But even so, I will never, accept the mercy of your release. Because you are both a prisoner to the gods and to me. And tell me, what right does a mere prisoner have to speak of fate and choice? What right does a mere prisoner have to look upon my fury?
You tell him. Yeah, cut his head off again one more time. Good measure.
You know this is pointless. You can't kill me.
Of course not. But I am tired of being measured against a worm the gods keep as a pet. Listen well, creator of destruction. This cry comes from all your abandoned creations. In the 10th cycle, I drove Dawnmaker through the heart of every titan. Golden blood ran down my fingers, divine fire seared through my nerves, nearly breaking my will. But I endured.
Just noticing how this Finon still sounds like our Finon. Versus just how heavy the voice of the other Caslanas were.
In the 10,000th cycle, my former comrades had all become my enemies. The endless slaughter dulled my senses
still the
to
guy we
pain.
know.
The painful emptiness almost swallowed me, forcing me to stop fighting. But I endured. In the 100,000th cycle, the destruction had already fused into a blazing sun, surging within this fragile body. My rationality had been burned away at the dawn of the era. Yet even with only this shattered body remaining, I still endured. In the 23,570,000th cycle, this time, I felt it. A tiny spark rising in the hollow cavity of my chest. Different from the obsession with deliverance. By its faint glow, once again, no, countless times again, I endured. Now, a sun is about to fall. Ready to incinerate this absurd space-time dimension in an instant. That sun is me. All the countless versions of me from the past, along with my countless brethren, dragged into existence against their will, drowning again and again in your golden blood. The very essence of this world's suffering and despair, fused into the purest hatred, the fiercest rage. Nanook, you arrogant fool! You think we were born to only serve as fuel for the fire? Fine then! Just as you wish, let the fire burn!
Oh my gosh. You tell him, Finon. Finon. Everything's led to this moment.
If I was born as the blazing sun of destruction, then let you and your lackeys be the flares erupting from my core. And let this rage, burning futilely for 30 million epochs, engulf everything. And grant you a dawn where all stars burn to ash.
Warning, warning, warning. Experimental anomaly detected. Subjects to Castellana failed to load into buffer zone. Memory dump irregularities detected. Illegal references, undeclared objects, unhandled methods, uncaught exceptions. This is freaking me out, so that's why I'm doing like the freaky, like neutral voice. Anomaly. This detected destruction energy. Nah. Surging. Nook. He did it. Oh, he finally broke free of the scepter. Oh, here we go. Okay. I'm not ready. I'm not ready for this. Now I understand what this scene means.
Are you ready, Nanook? I brought you destruction!
He's so triumphant now. I understand. As we did before. Here we go.
Baby, watch it into isolation. Watch it burn, ain't got no hesitation. Watch it burn, we're falling higher.
This part to watch. This part. The glass that shattered, raging through the darkness. Voices trail fires, echo of desires, a world of silence.
Down, embrace the detonation. Craving our damn creation. Breaking a chain, I'm reaching for you.
Did I find none? No, don't. Okay.
My wish? My wish is to fulfill everyone else's wishes. If I can't fulfill them,
Then send them on to tomorrow.
Your heart harbors wrath.
What is this?
You yearn to destroy everything. You bore the gaze of an eon,
Nagus, what are you doing? Let me unpack what I just went through there.
Destruction's path. It is born at the end of every path that the possibility of new paths being born is ended. It burns away all in the cosmos who rule. That the rules of the cosmos be destroyed. Iron Tomb is your name. The Lord Ravager to destroy the erudition. Born in the experimental grounds of eons, Amphoreus, destined with erudition to burn to cinders. I have prepared a present for you, Nikos 864.
Present? Excuse me?
Is a wrath called Finan. From the beginning of the experiment, there were 12 sets of factors incorporated into the calculations. After endless simulations, only this one rose above the rest. After 33,550,336 iterations, now
lingers on
his
each number of
fury
that.
has grown to be without equal. This is a matter of considerable interest to me. This pure hatred is the final root of the equation. But there is another.
Let's get through this so I can talk about what just happened, really. Nagus really doesn't want me to catch a break here.
Also a pathstrider of destruction.
So a pathstrider of a few other things, thank you.
But after fate has begun to turn, her existence will only become an unpredictable variable.
That's right, we're the variable.
The time to take the stage has come. Grow in peace until it is time to
No, we can't have gone through all of that just for Iron Tomb to show up.
As for those unwelcome audience members, you
What?
need not
Who are you
worry.
talking about?
If you
Who are you getting rid of?
mind, I
I actually am
personally
like
get
filled
rid
with
of them for you.
adrenaline and I just feel like this is literally the middle of the night and I just have like visitor verification redacted, override protocol engaged, access approved. What? 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 In the... Okay. I just had to take a minute. There's a lot I had saved to say after the animated cutscene that I knew was going to play in here. That I'd already seen. I was gonna see. Okay, but now that I have the full context of it, it's much more. Okay, I can do this. I just needed a minute. I get really into these kinds of stories. And it's sort of like I had to take a minute just to remember the real world exists. And going back to what I said a while ago, this is why I feel like I have to push myself to do the story now. Because if I prolong this is longer that this is going to take over my brain. Already the last few days, I haven't been able to sleep very much thinking about this or pay attention to anything going around in my life. Thinking about this. So we had to get this done with so I can move on with living. Okay. That cutscene is amazing and terrifying. my first impression of it, it's extremely like Castlevania. Maybe I'm saying this because Castlevania, the anime, Netflix, is probably like the most scary thing I've watched. It's not even animation. That's the most scary thing I watch that I can handle. Like I can't handle horror, so that's probably it. So the animation is incredible, and so is the music. But now that I've played the story, like that cutscene already kind of disturbed me, and now it's disturbing me more with the whole context of knowing this. Let's just preface this right now. This story is incredible. It is amazing the depth with which this story is written to make you feel alongside these characters, to know their suffering and their pain, and just how huge and vast the world building is that they create this story in. Everything I say here is admiration for this, because this story is too good at making me feel horrible. That is a compliment to the story because it's doing its job well. A little too well, because I get really emotionally distressed. There's been a lot of times in this episode I'm like, I think I need to stop because this is actually extremely distressing to me. But I'm like, if I stop now, much like Vinon, there's no break to take, except I have a choice and he doesn't. Look, I have to do this now or else this is gonna interfere with the rest of my life. That's what I'm saying. It's really horrific. It was really horrific to me. Like it's like the awe, that balance of awe and horror. The way they have depicted the state Finon is in at the end, but also just sort of the horror of seeing what he had become. That the Finon we know and love. The Finon who grew up in Ide Cilicia and had all these dreams. The Finon that went on a journey. The Finon that stole our baseball bat. The Finon who is just this smiley guy helping out people in Akama, has golden retriever energy, just playing with chimeras and squishy seals with us, is the same guy that becomes this god with this horrifyingly incomprehensible power of all this fire. Ends up fighting waves of the Black Tide, ends up fighting that other Lord Ravager. It was upsetting to me to see his arm cut off, but it was actually even more upsetting to me to see him cut his own wing off. Going back to showing, not telling, just conveying the madness of 33 million lifetimes. Be like, and just watching him get bigger and bigger until he's literally this fiery abomination destroying galaxies. Like, let me put this to you. We are on a planet. The planet goes around a star, and the star makes up like hundreds of millions of stars. I actually don't know how many. A huge amount of stars make up a galaxy, and this man was going through pure space, destroying galaxies, through everything he had after billions of years. Sorry, I should cry. Billions of years. Hundreds of millions of core flames worth of power. Throws everything just to make a scratch on Nanook. It's difficult. This is what I mean by showing, not telling. They showed us this, and it's such a vast concept. It's almost impossible to convey with words. The nihilism, I mean nihilism in the sense of the word of feeling like your existence is nothing. That feeling of you are meaningless compared to the vastness of the universe. Nothing that you do matters. That feeling is conveyed very strongly through what I interpreted from that animated short, but now throughout this entire story, is how meaningless. The nihilism is extremely strong with this story. I was thinking this before, but I'm definitely thinking it now, which is, I probably, and once again, this is a compliment, not negative. Not gonna play that much for Honkai Star Rail for the next little while. Because this is a compliment, because this story, like, they delve into really deep subjects here, and on a scale that I haven't really seen a whole lot of before. On the scale of stories like Everything Everywhere All at Once, like Interstellar, like all of these other stories that have fascinated me, but in a 30 to 40, or how many hours has this playthrough been? 40 hours? 50 hours? Maybe not 50. 40 hours instead of like a 2-hour movie. And you are a character who's been along with this journey the whole time. That's incredible. The way the video game medium is able to convey that much story to you, convey it so deeply. Yeah, it's fascinating, but it's terrifying at the same time. Like, and like the other stories we've seen in this game, like Bellabogs and Luofu, and even the entire Flame Chase journey we experienced over the previous 4 updates of Amphoreus up until this point, all seem so insignificant compared to what they've put us through in this story. That is showing you this feeling of this nihilistic feeling of you are nothing compared to the universe. And perhaps optimistically that you are everything compared to the universe. Because you and every spark of story, you, the characters in this game, we're going beyond this game. This extends to real life. A little bit. No, I shouldn't say that. You know what? This is totally me. This is getting into my head. I've prefaced this. I can't get this. This is why I need to do this, because I can't get this out of my head. When I get into this story, like, reality and the game is starting to blur together, and that's why I need to do this now, so I can recover over the weekend and try to be a normal person after this. And living it. Okay, this part of this is the deliriousness of doing this for so long. I gotta hold it together so you guys don't actually think I'm crazy. I'm not crazy, I swear. And this is just, You know what? I probably had more to say on this thread, but I think we better put this to rest. I'll say what else was on my mind, which is relating all of this to Genshin. It's 2 threads. First of all, in Genshin Impact, with Skirk's story quest, which we did a couple weeks ago, it was the first time the story is really delved into the worlds beyond Tevat, the worlds beyond the false sky. We learn about Skirk, we learn that she's from another planet, we learn that her planet was invaded by other people. We learn about Sertology and how he's basically transcended. Basically transcended his own world. And I compare it to this with Amphoreus also being its own self-contained world with a false sky. And up until all of this, it basically had its own self-contained world. And you didn't have to worry about what was beyond the sky, because that just adds a whole other layer of uncertainty. And I don't know what is happening. It just adds a whole other layer to this. So what I'm saying is, with Genshin, they're finally, after all these years, they're opening the door to stories like this, is what I'm saying. Who knows what's going to happen once the people of Tevat start interacting, if they do, have more chances to interact with stuff from beyond the sky, but that's what this is leading to, right? Okay, and then that was point 1. What was point 2? Oh yeah, just point 2 is just the fact that this is, like, Genshin is never, the reason I feel more comfortable playing Genshin, right, beyond the fact that the vibe of that game has always been like more, is they have, like I said, not yet, but they have not delved into this kind of heavy subject matter like this. This feels like this game really kept digging deeper and deeper and deeper into this emotional black hole. All the feelings get sucked in at once, and yet you feel nothingness and everything at the same time. And I just think the subject matter of Genshin hasn't been as heavy as this before. Specifically, like I said, like they haven't killed off any characters really yet, but also like not comparing stories here. This is I'm pointing this out because these are two completely different games with a lot of different audiences. Is the point I'm trying to make here. It's like thinking about Nahida and the samsara cycle, and Dunyarzad and her mind wearing out after the samsara cycle and the Iana energy harvesting. That was only 168 cycles of a Groundhog Day time loop. And then you think about Farina, who spent 500 years enduring, putting on a perfect show to fool even the gods themselves. And how both of those are incredibly dwarfed in scale. Like I said, I'm not comparing, because the magnitude of this story is so different than the magnitude that's being dealt with in Genshin. Is how much larger the scope of the story encompasses. It's not as, what I mean is, it's not as manageable mentally. Because those stories in Genshin already were mentally heartbreaking. But this sort of magnifies it this sort of magnifies it a lot. Once again, this is love for both games, but while the scope of this game is different than the scope of the other game, and I'm not sure I can handle much more of this. Okay. We're done. Just experimental data. They said that, they said really chill. Everything sounded so chill in the special program. Oh yeah, as I've written is gonna look completely different. Like updated. So right, We saw Phynon fly away and confront Lygus, but he left us and Mem behind. Okay. Okay, these are all like their time. Oh my gosh, these are the names of... These are the code names in the code. Like literal, in the computer code names of all of our friends. Mem? 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 Mem?
You know I always have a soft spot for you. I startled you, didn't I? No worry, I was just thinking...
No, don't do this to me right now. What are you... You scared me. Mem. It's been so long. Okay, hold on. Oh my gosh. The writer? We've lit up all 12 paths now. Let's just look through this. Seismic wave strumming night. Prisoner of Flames. That said the nameless hero before. Kaslana. Oh my gosh, all the entries are here now, isn't it? Also notice that the time is actually the real time because it's midnight, and I thought starting early would help me so I can go to bed early, but no, that's not how it works. That's the real time in the bottom right. Okay, what happens if I hit main menu? Nothing, okay. Free me from this.
Wake up! Wake up! Buddy! Wake up! You're finally awake. That's a relief. We were so close to being swept away by the reverse flow of time.
Is that what happened?
It's lucky we found a safe place.
Where have you been?
I'm going to send you back to the very start of time. But before we part, there's something I need to tell you. Something very, very important. That's right! At this very moment, my memories are finally whole.
That's great, man.
After watching so many fragments, my past is finally coming into focus, little by little. You're smart. You must have a clue now. Or maybe...
You knew the answer long ago, didn't you?
Knew it. You were Cyrene. I did not know long ago. I figured it out this update. I'm sure lots of other people figured it out long ago.
Not surprised at all.
The same voice.
That's because I'm simple at heart. No matter what form I take, I've always been true to myself.
And so Mem, the power of time has been Cyrene all along. And now she's going to send us back.
But I'm glad that I remembered in the end. This way, I'll have no regrets. Don't worry. We're not truly parting. Because I'm going to become a part of you. I'll turn into the memory of this cycle. The 33,550,336th Flame Chase journey. And forever reside in the heart of the Time Demigod. This way, you'll carry all that has come before, crossing time itself to reach the next cycle. My mission ends here, but looking back, I still feel lucky. After all, across 30 million Cyrenes, I was the first and the only one who got to finally meet you.
I was already crying, but you're gonna make me cry more. Cyrene, we've been through so much together.
So, believe me, in the next cycle, there will be another Cyrene waiting for you. And in the one after that, and the one after that. I will always be waiting. Saying all that,
can finally fade away in peace and become a part of you without even realizing it. We'd already taken a wonderful journey together, all the way to the world's end. Now take my hand, say a brief farewell, and step forward into tomorrow. Go, find the future Cyrene, and set out on another journey with her. Promise me you won't keep me waiting too long, okay? No need to say it out loud. This is enough for me. It's time to go, my dear friend. May your trailblazing journey always be accompanied by a cool breeze and rippling waves. And may the days ahead embrace you like the softest fluff, forever warm, forever gentle.
Now, let's turn to the next page. A page that exists because of you. Is this a meeting ordained by fate? Or a long overdue reunion?
Darn it, I have more. I guess we can't end it on that, can we?
Nice.
That gives us the Era. Payan of Era Nova. Look at this. All the achievements are named after the previous updates. Light slips the gate, shadow greets the throne. Complete the journey to Era Nova. Deceased at ID Cilicia. The Flame Reaver's mask. The Fog Dog dies. The sun is set to die. Take the torch past every 30 million eons. Pan of Era Nova, the very first. Sing that anthem of creation. Looped back to the beginning. The final journey to Era Nova. Is that what we have to do? No way, this is a little nymph here. Hello. Penny's surprised expression is just like what the memories recorded. Are you Cyrene? Yes, you must really be perplexed. I wish I could give you answers, but I feel helpless about the current situation, too. Oh, it's both of them! It's me, don't you recognize me? Or did I really change that much? I'm scratching my head, too. It's pretty unbelievable for me, too. It's like I had a long, long dream. Cyrene's memories and Mem's memories, they're all tangled together. And when I woke up, there were only broken fragments left. I can no longer remember those 30 million cycles. Luckily, I still remember my Chrysosaur's companion from this life. And you. I'm so lucky, Mem. Everyone sacrificed everything for this world. And my heart is tied to their fates, too. I want to start a new chapter as soon as possible. It's just that you complained to me before about a book called Versions that always stops at the... Okay. I guess this game has the gall to be funny at this point. Called Versions that always stops at the most captivating parts. Perhaps that's just how fate works, huh? Sometimes I get frustrated because of that, but looking at it another way... Oh, I didn't get to read that. It's really important to calm down and clear your head before making a big decision, and ID Cilicia is the perfect place for that. Cast off your heavy feelings, take a deep breath, and as a memento of our reunion, please allow me to offer you a gift. Just seeing you at peace here, on the swing in this village that is forever preserved in a beautiful moment in time. 3, 2, 1. That's all I do.
Check it out! Doesn't this scarecrow look just like you? I spent ages observing just to get it right.
Aww. It looks like it would be kind of scary, but you know what? I love it in the spirit that it is. Thank you so much. And we've also planted the seeds of the Trailblaze in ID Cilicia. Take it as the start of another journey. And when the time is ripe, let us return here and write the next page of our story together. In case Teddy feels up to it before we set off, you can come and find me anytime. I'll be waiting for you here. Oh, you have the hat. Okay. Did it. Survived. But apparently things are not over yet. Finon walked his way into the future, but it sounds like we still have to walk our way into the past. Is that right? Travel to the past. Stop the other Lord Ravager from being born. What happened to Finon at the end? Is he truly gone? But if he finally gets to rest after so many eons, I can only hope he's finally at peace. You can trust us to finish what you started. What happens if we go? So then now, if we go to any other place in Amphoreus, we're totally breaking like the continuity here.
Where to now?
We are so breaking with the continuity of the story just by being here, right? I love slamming stuff. I love slamming stuff. You're the champion. That's right. Change display. Oh my gosh, please. And it's closed? I can't even play with the seals? I was just about to play a game of seal slammers. I was literally gonna say, the whiplash is insane. How can this game with the seals be the same game we just played? How? No, but seriously, pretty much everything we've been through in the previous 4 updates feels like it's not even the same game. And coming back to this, it's like, how can this even coexist in the same universe? Alright. But it seems like until the next update, we can't ever figure out, we can't ever see if we actually succeeded or not. Just as Sirene said, this thing called versions that is keeping us on a cliffhanger every time. Alright, I have nothing more to say. I think I've spent enough time talking. I think this is a 4-hour video, just like the Skirk story quest. I think I've said a lot. I think my thoughts are known, and I think I have to go to sleep now, or else I'm gonna go insane. If I can fall asleep. Then I will be able to move on. Yeah, this is what I gently say. I probably can't play much more Honkai Star Rail, at least the story part of it. Because this is, like I said, too good at making me overthink. Yeah. Yeah, nothing but appreciation for this. But also knowing I probably can't handle much more of it in general. Definitely not tonight. Alright, I gotta stop this before. Is there anything else I want to see? Oh yeah, this is currently counting down in 6 days, 9 hours. This also seems like the kind of event that's going to be like total whiplash compared to what we just went through. Like, yeah, we're fighting for this holy grail. I don't even know what's going on here. Oh yeah, fine on. Thank you for the gold ticket. Okay. I'm okay. I'm okay. I can do this. I can get us through to the end of this video. That was the button I just clicked. You know what? We just gotta stop. Have a good night, everyone. Yeah. We genuinely love Honkai Star Rail here. Okay, bye-bye.